Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is proud to be a WGA signatory company, and they fully stand by the WGA, SAG, and their members in their fight for extremely reasonable standards. Accordingly, they are not accepting script or treatment submissions at this time, but both William and Xxena Rush are available via email, free of charge, to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Ahead of the strike, William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Coffee with Baba, Day by Day, They Slay, Before, Pack is Here, Abiquiu, The Winemaker, and Where Do You Draw the Line?
2 feature films, Group and Immersion, are slated for release this fall. Absolutely no picket lines will be crossed, and no collective bargaining agreements will be violated in the making of either of these films. And very generously, Original Cinematic is providing all Podmortem patrons with a special link to view these films. If arrangements can be made, they will even schedule a virtual or in-person screening for our patrons. We cannot thank Original Cinematic enough for their contribution to our show and the horror community as a whole. Now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we're recording live from Sangnak High School discussing the 2003 South Korean action thriller, Oldboy. Oldboy was directed by Park Chan-wook and written by Park Chan-wook, Lim Joon-hyung, and Hwang Jo-young, based off the manga by Garen Tsuchiya and Nobuyuki Minagishi. As the second installment of Park Chan-wook's Vengeance trilogy, Oldboy tells a genre-bending story of obsession and revenge. As it reaches its 20th anniversary, it is still able to command reverence and respect from its audience. With impressive direction, committed performances, and dazzling sequences, even 20 years later, Oldboy is certainly not one to be forgotten. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Ben Coons, Sidem, and Kristen Lofton. We want to thank each of them for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think about Oldboy the first time you saw it?
I can't remember exactly the year, but I watched it with your sister. She showed me the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think flabbergasted is the right word. I think it was more of a, what the fuck did I just watch? You know what I mean? It's not in a bad way, but like it's very, it kind of fucks with you. There's a lot going on, and then like towards the end of the movie, you're just kind of like, oh my fucking God, what is happening? And stuff is going on, and it's we'll get into it, but it's a great movie. It's really, really good. And everything that happens in the movie happens for a reason. And I feel like there isn't anything really wasted in why something happened. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. As to where there's some movies where like, well, what the fuck was that? And then, well, that meant, everything here means something, or there's a reason for their reaction to what just happened. Now this is happening, and it's like, oh my God. But I really did enjoy this movie. I will say for me, it's a movie that I can watch, but I need some time before I'm going to watch it again. But it was great. And watching it for the show, I'm not going to lie, it was a little more bleak for me than I kind of remember in some parts. And I was like, But it is, again, I won't even say did. I do enjoy the shit out of this movie. But for me, it is going to be one of those where I can watch it and then I'm going to need a little bit of time. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of time in between. I don't need to check it out immediately after or the next day. Give me some time. Give me a little bit of time.
No, it requires a break.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you completely. I honestly don't remember when I watched it the first time. I know that it was with Reneé.
Yeah.
I tried to pin down exactly when because I honestly can't believe that it's 20 years old.
Yeah.
I think that was kind of shocking for me to learn. I know I didn't watch it when I was 12.
No, definitely not.
But I think you put it proper. This film's a lot.
Yeah.
And it's really a lot of things, too, because there's a very interesting mystery attached to it. Very, very impactful and interestingly realized action.
Yeah.
There is definitely some horrific and surreal aspects to it. I have to admit, I didn't remember these aspects
Oh, yeah, dude.
at all. I was like, oh, what? There, we'll get to it. But
What?
Yeah. I'm going to go to the store. But I mean, the thing about it is that it marries so many different ideas and subgenres together in a way that still works.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't feel like they're trying to do too much. Everything makes sense and it works in a way that is only able to be accomplished by a very, very skilled filmmaker.
Right.
And a crew around them.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that for me, the first time I saw it, I was kind of more just blown away by the twist.
Okay.
And so this time watching it for the show, I was really able to kind of dissect it, to see the craft behind it.
Okay.
The cinematography, the production design, the characters,
Yeah.
and the performances.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable, especially towards the end, but really throughout.
Yeah.
And I think that there's, well, and we talked about this a little bit off mic the other day. There's so much in this film that I was very surprised to see the runtime this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
It feels like there's 2.5 hours worth of material here.
Yeah, I remember your sister had asked me, she was like, how long you think Oldboy is? I was like, I don't know, 2 and some change, like 209 something. And she was like, I thought it was 2.5 hours. And when she asked you, you said the same thing.
Yeah.
You're like 2.5?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's not in a way that it feels like there's pacing issues.
Yeah, no.
Or that, there's just so much. It's a slog to get. No. It's just the fact that I don't know how you fit this much into this runtime. And they do it so expertly and just incredibly.
Yeah.
There's some real taboo stuff
No shit.
going on here. It's very shocking, I would say.
Yes.
Distinct lack of decorum in many areas. But I feel like, this film, to me, especially with what it inspires you to feel as you watch it, you feel a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you feel so much sympathy, you feel confusion, you feel, honestly, and there's some dark humor that actually hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprisingly well in some places that you're like, I shouldn't. But
you need it, though.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's that reprieve because it is a very tense film.
Yeah.
But it is so brilliantly crafted. To me, this film is the power of cinema.
Yeah, and I do, and me and your sister were talking about it earlier. The music, bro.
Yes.
God damn, the music in this movie.
Incredible.
You can't say enough about every aspect. Everything, and that's the thing is that, of course, everybody thinks so much about what they put on film and what they do behind the scenes and everything. But there are some times that you're like, God damn, movies are great.
Yeah.
When everything is just firing on all cylinders like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like y'all both said, I got you both to watch it because the first time I saw it, I watched it with Kristen, and we had no idea whatsoever what we were in for, what this was going to be, and it just blew our minds. Like, I remember the credits rolling, and our jaws were on the floor, and we just sat there in silence for a while because we were so blown away. Never seen some shit like that before, ever. Such a well-executed twist. Just, like you said, darkly funny at times, upsetting, sad, tragic, disgusting. I mean, like there's so much. Like you said, there are certain films that you watch them and you're like, this is cinema.
Yeah.
Like, that was a fucking film, and that's what this feels like. And there are moments that you're like, well, that was an interesting choice. But I feel like everything, like you said, John Paul, everything fits. And even moments where you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Just wait. It's all explained. It is just, for me, and I'm not trying to give anything away, this film is a masterpiece. It is, I can't say mind-blowing enough. And watching the passion that went into it. And again, I am a fool for Park Chan-wook.
You are.
I am very much. If his name is anywhere involved, I'm intrigued. I'm there. I don't need to know anything else. And I mean, it's incredible. And this is a movie for a long time that we debated about even covering. And T finally nudged me because it's the 20th anniversary, and I was like, Oldboy, forever I've wanted to cover this, and it's one of those that it's like kind of straddles the line, I will admit, as far as genres. And then finally T was like, okay, like, damn, let's do it. And I'm like, no, I'm scared.
It's funny to me because it felt like from you it was a be careful what you wish for situation. And I was like, Nay, it's the 20th anniversary. If there's any time to do it, we need to do it. And you're like, oh shit.
Now I'm afraid to.
You don't have a choice.
Yeah. But I'm glad that we are. I feel like, and I don't think it's anywhere available to stream right now, but it's worth whatever to rent it or buy it or whatever. It is just such an experience that gives you something new every time you watch it. There are things that I watched that I saw this time that I did not notice any other time that I watched it. And watching on the Blu-ray, there are all these behind the scenes featurettes, and they point out things where you're like, oh, fuck. Like, so much thought went into every single aspect: music, clothing, wallpaper. I mean, everything was so purposeful.
There was a point in the movie, and when we get to it, I'm sure you guys will know, but the scene is going, or they're explaining whatever, and I was like, I fucking hate you. But it shows like but it's explaining what's happening, and then I'm like, you fucker, I fell for that or whatever. But you know what I mean? And then I was like, that's good shit. That's good, because I didn't notice any of that shit until you spelled it out for me, and then I'm like, but
it was there. It was there.
Yeah, it was there the whole time.
There's a very fascinating use of color.
Yeah.
Yes.
You start to associate different colors with different characters, and then you start seeing it places, and it starts to mean things.
Yeah.
It's just very, very well crafted.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I had mentioned at the top that this is based off of a Japanese manga. Unfortunately, I was not able to get my hands on it before it was time to record this. But it is like 8 volumes. It's sheet thick, and it is apparently quite different from what we get from Park Chan-wook, but I still am interested in reading it. But on that featurette that I watched, it fell into the hands of producer Sid Lim, and he read it and immediately was like, this has to be Park Chan-wook. And which I'm like, yeah. If he's on the roster, like, come on.
Please.
So Sid Lim ended up meeting with Park Chan-wook and kind of discussed it. And he was like, well, let me think about it. And for the character, the main character, Oh Dae-soo, he immediately thought of Choi Min-sik, who is fucking amazing. But he met with him and he was like, the only way that I'm going to do this is if Park Chan-wook directs it. Because he was like, the eye that he has, the command that he was like, he's the only one that I think could translate this to film. And so Park Chan-wook heard that Choi Min-sik would only do it if he did it, and he was like, well, okay, if he'll be Oh Dae-soo, then I'll do it. And Sid Lim said that they both signed on within a week of him meeting with them. So, that's when things start moving forward, and Park Chan-wook, like I said, changed a lot. And there are small things, one in particular that I'll touch on pretty early on in the film, but that he was like, oh, that changes where I'm going with this. So, I mean, it was a constantly evolving creature. He was doing things with music that he'd never done before. He said that this film has more music, I mean, at the time of that documentary anyway, than any film he's ever done. More pieces of original music than anything else. The way that the camera moves with the cinematographer, Chung Chun-hoon.
Brilliant.
Yes. Just completely different than anything he'd ever done. In the case of the cinematography, the opposite of anything that he'd ever done, according to him. We'll touch more on that later. But it's just the magic of all these things coming together and iconic performances from actors that other actors are like, hey, you should call so-and-so, or iconic moments in the film where somebody's like, what if we did it like this? Just the fact that the way that it came, I'm just so grateful that that I exist the same time that Oldboy exists.
I had read something similar. I think it was in the Hollywood Reporter. He was talking about how his previous films had been so minimalist, and this one they could only describe as maximalist.
Absolutely.
Because there's just so much going into it, and it's also what a lot of people consider the middle of his Vengeance trilogy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, Oldboy, and then Lady Vengeance.
Right.
But I have not seen either side of this. It's not connected. It's almost like Carpenter's Apocalypse trilogy.
Oh, okay.
Which is, we just did another one of
I
those
know.
last
We were just talking about that. Now, before we imprison this film for 15 years, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's get revenge. The film opens with serene piano playing over credits until suddenly the tempo picks up and we see Oh Dae-soo played by Choi Min-sik.
So that was actually my first note, was the serenity of the music. And then it immediately kicks in and it feels like an action crime thriller.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, I don't remember this. And I was like, that's, you got my attention?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. One ticket, please.
Yeah. That's all it took.
Yeah.
On the music portion of that featurette, they talked to Park Chan-wook and the composer Cho Young-wook, and Park Chan-wook apparently had wanted the entire score to be electronic like this.
Oh, okay.
And so it obviously was a lot of compromising. They talked about a lot of pieces that it was like, well, you wanted it this way. Well, I mean, it was just like such a push and pull on, like I said, on every aspect, but the music was really, really interesting. And so, I mean, he got his electronic in there in this, you know.
The switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. They named the scores after films.
All right.
Because he was like, because we both love film. I was like, okay. And they talked about, he was very regretful because he couldn't get the funding for the orchestra that he wanted of 70 or 80 musicians.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
The one that they got had 15. And I feel like they get it done.
Yeah.
You know? But they call this piece right here, it's called Look Who's Talking. But to them,
I love that.
I think you could have picked any other.
But have you seen Look Who's Talking?
Although, I mean,
yeah, but they called it the most successful blending of their ideas of any score of the film to them, because, you know, you get that classic and then you bring in that electronic. And Cho Young-wook had talked a lot about really wanting to kind of shatter the preconceived notion of classical music. And there's a very important scene later where they're playing Vivaldi, and that was another debate between the two of them. But it does. He was like, this is not some stuffy, you know, stuff that old people listen to. He was like, I really wanted to show that and it is so much more than that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Look Who's Talking.
that's wild. And I will say it does work, and the compromise is brilliant because every moment that you need certain things, it works.
Yes.
And there are a lot of really beautiful orchestral arrangements. I'm glad that he allowed it.
Yeah. It's like, I guess.
John Travolta's in Look Who's Talking.
Is that all you needed?
That's it.
But in Dae-soo's hand, he holds a tie, and when we pan out, we see that the tie is still attached to the neck of Suicidal Man, played by Oh Kwang-rok. He cradles a fluffy white dog as Dae-soo dangles him from a rooftop by his tie. He tells the desperate man that he only wants to tell his story. The man is confused, asking Dae-soo why he's speaking that way and who the fuck he is. He gets his answer. Dae-soo's face shadowed against the bright sun behind him as he tells him haltingly, "My name is." Suddenly, we see his face lit completely in the bright light of a police station. His hair is shorter and his face is more open. A tissue is stuck up one nostril with blood trailing from it, and he finishes, Dae-soo.
I think this is the first of many incredible transitions in this film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I when this happened, some of them are shocking. Some of them flow so beautifully that you barely even realize it.
Mm-hmm.
I did laugh as him holding him by the tie, and he's like, "Why are you talking like that?" That is the least of your worries, man. But I do think that as it continues and we see exactly what's going on there, it just gets more and more fascinating.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely. I was just struck by how different he looks.
Yes,
He's just like, what have you been through?
yes, and we learn.
Yeah.
We learn. But a couple sits next to him, and when someone off screen tells Dae-soo to stop flirting with the man's girlfriend, his response is to scoot in closer to the man and ask if he was. Dae-soo is visibly drunk and has to be physically forced down onto the bench. He gets up, and when it looks like he's about to start peeing in the corner, he's forced down again, the officers admonishing him for having had too much to drink.
I fucking love this.
It only gets more chaotic.
Yeah.
And it's this scene and another one at the end where Park Chan-wook was like, go for it.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
And he does. I mean, he does.
I love this whole part. Like the whole, I was like, fucking, that's the funniest shit. Like, because you're getting a sense of like who this dude is.
Yes.
Yes.
And the drastic difference from this too.
What
Yeah.
we just saw.
It is very important to see him like this.
Yes.
And I will say, Choi talked a lot about improv.
Mm-hmm.
And we do get to see quite a bit of that and see his skill at it.
And it's fantastic.
I did laugh as the police kind of wrestle him down. One of them goes, it's a very polite assessment, but he goes, "This guy's a real headache." He is. Yes, he is.
There's one point in a second where he's literally on the ground and one of them is like, he needs to be locked up.
He's like, "Dude, we got all this stuff here. We can do that. We can do that."
Yeah, no shit.
It's out of control. But Dae-soo begins to lash out, yelling that he wasn't flirting and arming himself with a coat rack. Finally, we see him sitting down, apologizing for his behavior, and then getting up to try to pee in the corner again. He steps up to the counter, trying to show everyone a picture of him, his wife, and his very young daughter. He tells them that it's his daughter's birthday and that he got her a present. We see him with this present, a bright white pair of angel wings. He puts them on and starts to sing and dance around. I did read that he had wanted them to close up on his feet because he was doing the moonwalk. But they didn't. And when you're,
Get my feet.
and when you're watching him dance, he's doing the moonwalk.
Clearly.
Once he sits back down, he tells the room that his name, Dae-soo, means getting through one day at a time. Slurring, he ponders why he can't get through today. He begins to yell at them to let him go, and when he's told to shut up, he yells back in return. We cut to him sitting on the bench quietly, surrounded by a group of other men. The men watch in silence as Dae-soo resists the officers, even pulling off his own shirt and flailing and kicking on the floor. When we see him again, he is still shirtless and handcuffed in place on the bench. He's finally quiet.
Well, he's handcuffed with his right arm across him.
Yeah.
And it's to the wall. It's like, you're not going anywhere.
They're like,
No.
that is enough.
Yeah.
I think they call this doing the most.
Yeah. No, he absolutely is. Later, when his friend No Ju-hwan, played by Ji Dae-han, comes to pick him up, he stands quietly next to him. Ju-hwan apologizes profusely, saying that Dae-soo is usually such a nice guy, and he'll make sure he doesn't get so drunk and act up again. Dae-soo bids the officer a good day and says that he'll come back to see him soon. The officer tells him not to bother, and Dae-soo tells him, "That's up to me, assholes," before running off into the rainy night.
In all fairness, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
But he's right, but he didn't have to say it like that. That's all. I actually gasped when he called them assholes.
Like, what are you doing, dude?
You're getting to leave.
That was the funniest shit.
And your friend just vouched for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's shitty, man.
I'm starting to believe he's always like this.
But we cut to a phone booth where Dae-soo makes a drunken phone call to his daughter, Yen-hee. He calls her his sweet pea and tells her that he got her a present, and if she'll just wait a little longer, he'll bring it to her. Joo-hwan asks to speak with her, and when Dae-soo hands him the phone, he wishes her a happy birthday and promises to buy her a treat tomorrow. When Yen-hee's mother, Ja-hyun, played by Jo Song-kyung, takes the phone, Joo-hwan acknowledges the late hour and says that Dae-soo is on his way home. When Joo-hwan turns around to tell Dae-soo that his wife wants to talk to him, there is no sign of him. He yells Dae-soo's name in the street, telling him to stop messing around because his wife wants him home now, but he can't find him. The crowd on the street parts, leaving just one person standing there under the cover of a purple umbrella. When they step away, we see Yen-hee's birthday present, the bright angel wings abandoned in a soaking wet bag on the street. The score mounts as we zoom in on the bag and get the credits, digitally appearing over images of ticking clocks. We get the title, Oldboy, the letters themselves moving like hands on a ticking clock.
So this disappearance is so brilliantly shot.
Mm-hmm.
And I just love the dynamic camera movement of this continuous shot.
Yes.
And then he's just gone.
Yeah.
There's also the color of the lights in the rain. It's raining, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very much raining.
Okay. Just making sure. My memory isn't what it used to be. But I wanted to look up, and we already discussed it, but Chung-hoon Chung,
Yes.
Yeah.
the cinematographer, brilliant work. He works with Park Chan-wook quite frequently on films like Stoker, Thirst,
Yes.
Lady Vengeance, which is the next film in the trilogy.
Stoker's really good too.
I have not
But
seen
go
it.
ahead. Yeah, it's good.
But we've talked about him before because he shot It Chapter 1,
Okay.
That's right.
which surprised the hell out of me.
Yeah.
But he also shot Last Night in Soho.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I loved
Yeah,
it.
you like that movie.
Yes.
But it's just such brilliant camera work throughout this entire film.
Mm-hmm.
There are some times where it is really incredible tracking shots, camera movement in ways that just befits the scene so perfectly. Some handheld work that usually can be kind of frantic and disorienting, but works perfectly here.
Yeah.
There is a brilliant use of wide shots when it's necessary, tight close-ups when it's necessary. The cinematography, you can't say enough about it.
Yeah.
But I did also read in The Hollywood Reporter, Park Chan-wook, who is in charge of the lighting of this film. Lim, the producer, had said that some of the lighting in this film, each scene would sometimes take 5 to 6 hours
Damn.
just for him to get his lighting the way that he wanted it.
Okay.
And Lim was saying that it kind of pissed him off at the time because it's like, we're on a, you know.
Yeah.
But when you see the finished product, you're like, of course you wanted to.
Yeah.
The issue, though, was that the production schedule was supposed to only be 48 days, and it ballooned to 72.
I'm amazed at
Yeah,
72.
Yeah, honestly, with what they're able to accomplish.
Yes.
The thing that allowed for all of this, for it to work and for them to fit so much into this tight schedule of 72 days even, is because it wasn't until 2005 that the Korean film industry had unions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so the way that they're working, Park Chan-wook did his best to kind of be democratic about it, and they would work, but then he would ask the crew and have them vote who wants to keep working,
Yeah.
or should we take a,
Wow.
you know, and sometimes they would work for 48 hours straight at a time.
Damn.
And they talked about it. There are scenes that are filmed where some of the crew is passed out sleeping while they're filming it.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, just this incredibly strenuous schedule that really isn't befitting of anyone.
No.
But the work that they did is brilliant, and they were able to fit so much into so little time. So it's one of those things where it's like, great job, but don't do that again.
Please don't do that again. That makes so much sense because Choi Min-sik was asked what the hardest part of making this film was, and he talked about the schedule, that it was too strenuous. And there are two there's two moments in the film that he points at that while they were filming, he fell asleep.
Wow.
I'll point them out as we go. But like they have footage of it. Obviously, they didn't use it, but he's asleep.
Yeah.
Like he's fucking exhausted.
Well, damn, they're working like that.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But while we're talking about the cinematographer, that's what I was talking about. Park Chan-wook doing the exact opposite of what he had done prior, because he said that before in his other films, he thought that any movement of the camera needed to happen because of a motivation. It needed to be inwardly motivated by the story, by a character, by something. But this film, he said, I want the camera moving constantly. And I mean,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
And it was to what you were speaking about, the moments where they choose to use a telephoto lens, moments where you're doing these wide lenses to like really drive home the space between certain characters. Like it's incredible.
And the grain of it sometimes you can tell.
Yes.
I was
Yeah.
like, all right, let's see what you're doing here.
Yeah. They also talked about Chung, and he was like, this was very risky. They did a bleach bypass process on the original negative film, and it could have completely damaged it. But speaking to the purposefulness of the color palette, like you were talking about earlier, Park Chan-wook said that he wanted it to be kind of green, so that a lot of this film looks very rusty and gives a feeling of decay. And they accomplished that using that bleach bypass. But Chung said that they'll do it lightly, and they didn't want to take it too far and make it look like Darius Kanji's work on Seven. That's literally
Really?
Wow.
I was like, we talked about
We did.
quite bleak.
Yeah.
It's really really dark and bleak. So
There's a balance.
Yeah. Yes.
they threaded the needle, I think.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah.
There's also very subtle visual effects that we'll talk about later that I honestly can't believe that they even did, because they didn't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it works.
You're like, but
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
And before we get any further, if you are the designated driver, please keep your eyes on your drunk friends, because they will wander away.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
even in the rain, you get happy and they're like, hey, check it out. No. So you wander off and
Watching this the first time, that's what I thought happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, man, this dude sucks. Your friend just came and bailed you out. It's your daughter's birthday and you're just,
yeah, you took off.
yeah, dropped the present and you're just gone. It's like, damn, dude.
And interestingly, the purple umbrella that you saw, it starts to, it's planting a seed already.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just amazing.
Shoes approach a small locked opening of a door. The owner of the feet swiftly kicks the latch, unlocking it, and when the little door opens, we see the frantic face of Dae-soo, who is lying on the floor and looking up at them. He begs them to speak with him, promising that he won't ask to be let go again. He is adamant, though, that he has the right to know why he's here. He's been locked in here for 2 months.
I will say I did appreciate him keeping track of the time for us.
Yeah.
Usually films are like 2 months later.
Yeah.
But it was good that it was in dialogue instead.
The person outside the door doesn't offer a reply, but instead drops a tray of food onto the ground. Dae-soo pulls the tray inside, but grabs at the man's legs, sticking his head out into the hallway as he pleads with him to just tell him how long he has to stay here. Instead of a reply, the man just pushes Dae-soo back into the room with his feet. Dae-soo loses his composure, calling the man an asshole and a son of a bitch and reminding him that he's seen his face, so he's dead if he gets out of here. Maybe don't do that.
Maybe don't do that.
Not the best way to handle it. But also, these doors are built poorly. They shouldn't be able to see your face.
Yeah.
His whole head was out in the hallway.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Make it a smaller slot for the meal.
Just for the tray.
Yeah.
He asks again for him to just tell him how much longer. A month? 2? 3? The man closes and latches the tiny door, leaving Dae-soo to bang on it, apologize, and beg to just know how much longer.
I think that would be the worst thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say that I could adjust, but I could adjust, but I need to know how long. At least give me a time, because if there's a date, I have a window. Okay, I'm going to be here till whenever or whatever. And there's a TV in the room, whatever we see later. But the time. I need to know time. Please don't leave me in here without telling me anything.
Yeah.
And you multiply, you're like, okay, times this is how many dumpling meals I'll eat.
Yeah. Well,
And then you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You do the math.
But even that,
you do the dumpling math. And
even that, as the numbers get smaller.
Yeah.
I'm almost done eating this.
Yeah.
3,000 dumplings until whenever.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm at 2,500 dumplings.
Yeah.
80 left and I'm gone. You don't even know. You don't even have
It's like
something
Homer
to look forward to.
Yeah.
when he was eating the American cheese.
Yeah. What?
But I will say I did read that was one of the things that intrigued Park Chan-wook the most.
Okay.
Was this idea of being in captivity but not knowing. And there's this wonder of what's worse,
Yeah.
knowing or not knowing.
No, I'd rather know.
But the
answer is,
But no,
I don't know if I'd rather know that.
but even that. I mean,
That's
okay,
true.
bet.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna I'll be young-ish. I'm whatever.
The
I
tunnel's
still got
long,
time.
but
yeah.
there's still a light.
Yes.
Yeah.
10,000 dumpling meals.
Yeah. Hey, but you got a number.
You know.
You got a number.
You know.
Inside of his room, Dae-soo throws a fit. He knocks his food onto the floor, picking up his meal tray and banging it. He throws his plate against the door, shattering it. I was like, damn, they gave him a glass plate?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
And this looks like an apartment.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
We see that his cell looks like a cheap hotel room, complete with a bed, a bathroom area, and a shower, and a TV.
Yeah.
In a voiceover, Dae-soo wonders if they had told him then that it would be 15 years, would it have been easier to endure or harder? Now that we've seen his room, I wanted to talk about the production designer, Ryu Seong-hae. She was extremely meticulous, and on that featurette, she was like, I don't want to do a safe film. I don't want to do something boring. I want to do something very outside the box, very unique. She was like, I knew that this was going to be a great film, even though people around them were like, I don't know.
I was going to say she picked the right project.
Yes. Yeah. But she talks about the repeated use of patterns in this film.
Okay.
And there are two kinds of patterns, kind of like the kind that we're seeing in this room, that indicate kind of being surveilled and being watched. And that is a repeated theme. Again, once you know, you're like, oh my God. Once you know and you watch it again, you're like, that. Mm-hmm. It tells you so much more that you don't find out till later that makes so much sense. And also the use of kind of like spiral motifs and kind of branching out to where kind of indicating cause and effect, how one small thing could really spiral out. You know, I'm really trying to not be doing too much, but everything was so meticulous, and there is kind of like a honeycomb pattern in this room to kind of bump up anxiety, she said. And I watched, they had people come in because, again, as we've learned, he's going to be here for a while.
Yeah.
I saw kind of a team coming in and making the room look a little more dingy, a little more weathered, like as the scenes go by. And it's just wow.
I think for me, it's the fake scenery in the windows.
Yes.
And
It's
you
like
can
mocking.
Tell.
Yeah.
And I think even in the shower, there's a tiny little like window there, and it's like, oh my God, it's like I'm in a box.
This is it.
Yeah, this is none of this shit is real.
It's very cruel.
Yeah.
I did see an interview with her as well where she talked about kind of wanting to do something different than what you would expect in a film like this.
Yeah.
Because in most genre films, she said, if you think of someone being in captivity, it's a box in bars.
Yeah, it's like a dungeon.
Yeah, but this is literally, it is like a motel room.
Yeah.
And it's one of the many things that happen in this film. Park Chan-wook talked about it as well, where he just wants to do something that is unpredictable.
Yeah.
Keep the viewer guessing and not give them anything that they would expect to see.
Yeah.
And yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
But it fades to black, and we come back up on a painting hung on the wall in Dae-soo's room. The words on the bottom read, "Laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and you weep alone." This is extremely important and recurring.
So I did get curious, and I wanted, I Googled it. I was like, this is, because it kind of reminded me of something, and I was like, all right. And I seen it. It's a poem called Solitude by Ella Wheeler Wilcox.
Mm.
It's a little longer. It's about 3 paragraphs, but it's great. I would recommend to go read it.
And the term solitude.
Yeah.
And I will say his smile that he gives off, it feels like a mimic. The way that I interpreted it before I knew anything about the poem was kind of his attempt to ward off the loneliness.
Yeah.
Like if he weeps, he's alone, but if he laughs or smiles,
He has to make it into,
Yeah.
And I was like, man, and this comes up.
Yes.
It's heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
But the painting depicts a man, his teeth bared and exposed, but with an expression that could either be one of laughter or of weeping. Immediately, we cut to Dae-soo, his hair long and wild, baring and exposing his teeth in the same way, treating the painting as a reflection. This is a very striking image.
Mm-hmm. I realized going into this film, rewatching it for the show, there are far more iconic moments than I realized.
Yeah.
And the way that they continue to pop up, you're like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This is one of them, and there are countless more that we'll talk about.
Yeah. But a cloud of gas is released into the room, and Dae-soo's voiceover tells us that when the music begins, the gas is released, and when the gas is released, he falls asleep.
Some nights, I think I could use the gas.
It would be kind of nice.
I mean, yeah, right?
Not every night.
No. I think that would hurt.
Yeah.
He sits on his knees on his bed, swaying gently until he collapses onto the bed and the lights turn off. We watch him sleep from his vent. As his voice goes on to explain, he found out later it was the same gas Russian soldiers used on Chechen terrorists. The lights come back on and 2 men enter the room. They unfurl a bag of barber instruments, and Dae-soo continues that when he wakes up, his hair is cut. He says that he doesn't like the style, but the men change his clothes and clean his room. We see them plunge the needle of a syringe into his arm, and it cuts to black again. Very quickly, I wanted to talk about Song Chong-hee. She was the makeup and hair person. And she came up with Dae-soo's hairstyle, which is iconic as it goes on. I don't mean to keep using the word iconic, but it is. The silhouette, like everything, his hair is very much a part of the identity of the character. And Park Chan-wook said that just the hairstyle that she decided on changed the course of the film, because looking at Choi Min-sik with this hair made him realize that this could be more surreal and exaggerated. And yeah, it definitely is.
It's wild to think of what this film was going to be before that.
Yes.
They had said that they were going to take the material from the manga and turn it into a just straightforward film noir.
Okay.
And then when that haircut came to be, they were like, hold on.
What the fuck is that?
That's never been in a film noir that I've ever seen.
Plus, this would be very concerning. I go to bed, they come clean my room, cut my hair, give me fresh clothes and everything. And I know I'm stuck here, but it's like, why? Then you get to wondering why. Why are you taking care of me? Why am I?
Yeah.
What is happening?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm being taken care of. You're feeding me. You're cutting my hair. You're cleaning my room.
Yeah. And you're tucking the blankets. I'm tearing hammies every night. Dude, stop doing that, hotels. I hate it.
Please just let it out.
Yes. I need my legs to breathe.
When we see Dae-soo again, his hair is indeed cut, and he sits in a chair flipping through channels and muttering to himself. He stops on a news report about a woman who was murdered in cold blood. They travel through the home of the victim, saying that nothing was taken, so it seems to be a personal matter. They go on to mention that the woman's husband, Oh Dae-soo, disappeared a year ago and is still at large. Dae-soo grimaces and turns away from the TV, focusing on something moving beneath the skin of his arm. As the news describes Dae-soo as a heavy drinker who fought with both his wife and his neighbors, they mention the blood samples found at the scene match his, and an ant frees itself from the confines of Dae-soo's skin, crawling freely across his arm.
I just had a lot of absurd reactions because I didn't remember any of this happening.
I didn't either.
And so I was like, his wife has been murdered?
Yeah, that I did not remember that either.
Yeah.
At all. And then I was like, they've injected him with bugs?
Yeah.
And then they framed him for the murder.
Right.
Yes.
It's just like, this is entirely new to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dae-soo's fingerprints were found on a cup, so law enforcement has deduced he was there with his wife recently. And the fact that the only thing missing from the home was a photo album only further backs their theory. Now, this is a bitch.
Yeah. Well,
This is a throwaway line that I was working today, and I was like, oh my God.
yeah. Well, when they're cleaning the room earlier, they put a cup of his in a bag. I didn't even notice that until this watch. And then I was like, why are they doing that? And
Pretty
then
sneaky, sis.
then you hear that on the news, and I was like, you motherfucker, you took my cup.
Yep. He's like, I've been in here.
Yeah.
Dae-soo flicks the ant off his wrist and looks up at the TV in time to see his own mugshot. Ants run wild on his face now, which is twisted and contorted in his agony. The lights around him flicker on and off as Dae-soo screams and shakes. He grabs at his own throat as he shakes, the veins in his face standing out in stark contrast as the ants run amok.
Surreal, you said.
Correct.
So is he turning into an ant, or is this real?
He
or
was the
it
ant
like
all along.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
the secret.
So we got the fly. Now this is the ant.
So it is a horror film.
Yes. I watched on that featurette, the FX technical director Chung Sung-jin was kind of this is a heavy task.
Yeah.
And the CGI used in this film is so subtle in places. There are places where you would not even realize that CGI was being used. Obviously, you can tell with the ants,
Yeah.
but and the ant breaking through the arm. But I was shocked to learn that in that shot, even the arm is fake. That's not a real arm.
Really?
That entire shot is CG.
That's impressive.
I was like, what?
Because I thought the same thing. I thought that was his real arm.
Yeah.
Just the ant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't have the budget to hire an ant.
Not to break through skin.
Yeah.
Dude.
No,
that's
that's
asking
double.
way too much.
Yeah.
But they were tasked with a lot of because they were told it needs to be hyper realistic, and so there is something else with an ant later on that is very surreal. There is color correcting when we kind of visit the past for a little bit. They said that there was one aspect of this that took an entire month for a person to fully accomplish to Park Chan-wook's satisfaction. We'll talk about that later on. But what I thought was interesting is his team. It wasn't like one guy does the color, one guy does this. Everybody was given a scene.
Oh, wow.
So that's your scene to do everything on. And so everybody felt this really like intense ownership over every aspect of what they were doing.
Okay.
So I thought that was a very interesting way to do it.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. Suddenly, the mirror is broken and glass is scattered against the carpet. When we see Dae-soo again, it is clear that he's attempted to take his own life by slashing his wrists. An unconscious Dae-soo is dragged away, his bloody hands leaving a smear on the carpet as he goes. The painting stares at us as Dae-soo's voice says that 3 years leave many wrinkles on a man's face. 3 years.
That's just wild.
Yeah.
And I will say that these kinds of dialogues really help a discrepancy later that I had, but it makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it's very apparent, but, but we'll talk.
We see him later eating dumplings and watching an infomercial joylessly. He gives us advice. If you're ever outside a phone booth on a rainy day and you meet a man whose face is hidden by a violet umbrella, make friends with the television. As he flips channels, his voiceover continues that the television is a clock, calendar, school, home, church, friend, and lover.
Interesting.
So you might want to take a walk.
I will. But I feel like this is very, very poignant commentary as well about kind of the way that media can,
Yeah.
you know.
but he presses his hand against the screen, showing a singer performing the song The Face I Miss on stage as he gives himself a hand.
Mm-hmm.
Was that in the guidelines of the email?
Yes, the decorum is maintained.
Okay, all right.
I will say I was surprised that his like overlords or whatever weren't like, gas him.
They were watching.
They're like, man, this poor guy. Let him. Just let him.
Let's see where he's going with this.
Well, what's sad is what's happening here, and that like he's like it's the song finishes and he's just like, no.
Yeah. Well,
so
he says and laments that his lover's song is too short. And he and the singer both lower their heads. And immediately we cut to him unconscious, being dragged away by the men again, his hands bloody after another attempt on his life. Dae-soo sits at his table with a journal in front of him. The news comments on a bridge suddenly collapsing in Seoul. Dae-soo snatches up his pen, intent on writing a list of anyone he's ever fought with, offended, or hurt. As he fills the pages, he calls it both his prison journal and an autobiography of his evil deeds. He finishes the first journal completely, pushes it to the side, and grabs up another. He starts to write in that one too, realizing that although he thought he lived a normal life, there was too much wrongdoing. It fades to black.
I think that's what makes this so frightening is when you've done so much wrong that this is there's no telling.
Yeah.
Who could it be?
This was another change that they made from the manga because, and again, I wasn't able to read it, but apparently the main character in the manga is just a regular dude. And so it was very much, who would want to do this to me?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Dae-soo is like, okay, which one of y'all motherfuckers? Like, there's a laundry list of people who might want to do this to you. What life are you living?
That's tough.
That's wild. A wooden bird pops out of the cuckoo clock to announce the hour. Dae-soo sits down to eat, his hair grown out long and wild again, and he realizes that he's been mistakenly given 3 chopsticks. He feels bad for the man he presumes to be in the next room, who probably only has 1. But a guard sitting in the hallway turns toward Dae-soo's room when he hears a repetitive thudding. But Dae-soo is boxing a crude drawing of a man that he's done on his wall. He goes over a list of men who could have done this to him, but finishes with a warning to whoever it was to just wait. He vows to rip him limb from limb and to chew up every last bit, leaving nothing to be found. He continues to fight the wall until he falls to the ground, whimpering and nursing his bleeding hand, but he gets back up and continues fighting. Later, after dipping the sharpened point of a bed spring in ink, Dae-soo gives himself a tattoo, 1 line representing each year he's been here. He knows that next year's tattoo will be easier because he's starting 6 years behind. He digs the point into his skin. Afterwards, he reaches underneath his mattress and takes out that lucky extra chopstick and begins digging into the wall. He muses that the more tattoos he has, the shorter the chopstick and the bigger the hole in the wall.
He just needs a Rita Hayworth poster, I think.
Yeah.
He's in like full payback mode. He's like, oh no, I'm going to get out of here.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that would really kind of scare me a little bit.
Yeah.
If I'm him, is the fact that I'm doing this and no one's
stopping me?
Yeah.
Like I'm beating the shit out of this wall, man.
Yeah.
I'm cutting a hole in the wall
Yeah.
and nobody's like, hey.
Yeah, because they can see us.
Yeah.
That's even scarier though. Because
yes.
it's like, I don't need to stop you because you're not fucking going anywhere.
Yeah. He'll tire himself out.
He needs this.
We won't even need to waste the gas tonight.
He says that the time passes well as we watch him etch an 8th tally into his hand, his knuckles calloused from his training. Once he dislodges a brick from the wall, the light from his room casts into a dark hallway and Dae-soo grins through the hole. He watches boxing as he counts 9 years, 10 years, 11 years. Time passes and the hole in the wall grows bigger as he pulls pieces away. A news report announces the arrest of ex-president Chun Doo-hwan, the Hong Kong handover ceremony, Princess Diana's funeral. He announces 12 years as the political news continues, ceremonies and presidential visits and elections. The countdown to the year 2000. Dae-soo can now reach across the small hallway and begin to dig through the brick on the other side. We see the devastation of 9/11, the Korea World Cup, 13 years. Dae-soo shadow boxes in his room as Roh Moo-hin is elected president. 14 years. The montage ends.
See, this was where I was like, dude, nobody's paying attention to you at this point.
Clearly not.
You're like half your body's in this hole digging on the other side. Nobody thought to stop and say, huh, what's he doing in there?
Yeah.
They're like,
All
oh,
right,
that's cute.
Oh, look at the guy in number 13. He's like, oh.
Dude, I'm sorry. There's no way that they have this operation, but not security cameras.
Yeah, no.
That's impossible. I will say this split screen montage, brilliant work.
Yes.
It really helps with the passage of time, and it really sells even more. I mean, you've got the tattoos, you got his changing physical condition and all that, but this montage just helps even more.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, dude, you missed all of the 90s, dude. All of it.
Dude. He never got to listen to Nirvana.
No.
Or all the other things.
You missed the whole grunge movement, dude. Rain pours outside on the city street. We pan to the side of a building where a brick is pushed out. Dae-soo sticks his hand into the night air for the first time in 15 years, and it is raining again. I was like, or to him, is it still raining?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck. But he worked hard for that.
He
did.
A few drops of rain.
Yeah.
Get yourself a taste.
Yeah, you earned that shit.
He feels it on his fingers, and he pulls his hand in and licks at the rainwater greedily as his voiceover repeats a mantra, promising himself that he will be out of here in a month. Exactly 1 month. A sobering thought hits him that when he gets out, he'll need money. He wonders if he will steal or rob. He wonders what he'll eat first, kimchi soup or grilled eel, but decides that he'll be happy with anything that's not a fried dumpling. The lights turn off and the goodnight gas begins to fill the room. Dae-soo scrambles to push his bed against the wall to hide his work. He ponders where he could be, realizing that it must be the city because of the street noise. As he lays down on his bed with a big smile on his face, he knows that the most important thing is what floor he's on. What if he were to break through the wall and plummet from the 52nd floor? But as he looks at the tallies forever etched onto his skin, he decides that even if he were to plunge to his death, he'd still be getting out. He's getting out. In a month, he's getting out. As the gas fills the room, it fades to black. Later, as Dae-soo lays on the bed, a woman walks into the room. She is Miss Yoo Hyung-ja, played by Lee Seung-shin. She stands in a puddle of dried blood on the carpet before sitting on his bed. Miss Yoo holds a bell over him, instructing him to picture himself laying in a field. She says that when he hears the sound of the bell, he'll turn his head and look down. She rings the bell, and Dae-soo follows instruction, turning his head and just off the side of the bed, seeing exactly what she describes, an endless field of green grass. On this field, a red suitcase shakes until it falls over onto its side. Music crescendos but stops altogether when the suitcase pops open to reveal Dae-soo.
So there's some mixed emotions going on here. I'd
Yeah.
say. Firstly, the greens, the reds, and the purples. Brilliant colors that come up a lot and mean a lot of things.
Yes.
But I also, if I'm Dae-soo, I'm kind of pissed off of all the energy I expended digging out that hole just for you to throw me in a suitcase and put me in a field.
Thanks a lot.
But just to clarify, this is real, right? Because she did seem like she was putting us in a trance.
See, and when this first time, I thought this might be a dream.
Yeah.
As well. So I get that, but it is real, I think.
I think.
Well, because the rest of the film, I think.
But yeah, no, it's definitely real. But it adds to that sense of unreality of like, is this a 1408? I was out. Like, are we going to get to the movie and the end of the movie and you're still in the room?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't happen.
No.
But,
Spoiler alert.
Because it's just it's so sudden.
Yeah.
He spills out, grunting and struggling to his feet. His eyes dilate in the long-forgotten sun, and he turns away from it, tears streaming down his face. He looks around at his place on a grassy rooftop before looking at himself, his fresh designer suit, and the nice new watch around his scarred wrist. When he sees the suicidal man sitting on the other side of the roof clutching a fluffy white dog, he makes his way over to him. Perched on the ledge, he tells Dae-soo not to stop him, but he doesn't move away as Dae-soo advances. Astonished and amazed at the sight of another human being, Dae-soo takes the man's face in his hands. He runs his fingers through his hair. He smells him. His hands tremble as he takes the man's hand and runs it over his own tear-streaked face. Sobbing now, the man asks Dae-soo, "Even though I'm no better than a beast, don't I have the right to live?"
First of all, incredible line.
Yeah.
And very important that comes up.
Yeah.
But just the reaction, just the performance of no human contact in 15 years.
Yeah.
Just the fact of seeing another human being.
Yeah.
I don't even know. And he sells it so well and so just tragically.
Yeah. Dae-soo only repeats the question back at him, his breath shuddering before answering yes. The man repeats yes before sobbing loudly and letting himself fall backward. With cat-like reflexes, Dae-soo catches the man's tie. We see them the way that we met them, intense music pulsing and Dae-soo holding the man to the roof by his tie.
Man, that was a great movie. Fucking
Just a pause?
yeah. It's like,
That
holy
short
shit.
film was...
Wow. He looks around at the apartment buildings being constructed around them, commenting that that's where the phone booth used to be. He calls his captor a fool for releasing him on the roof. He turns his attention to the man whose life he is currently saving, telling him that he can die later because now he wants to tell him his story. We get one last shot of the man precariously hovering above the street below, Dae-soo suspending him this way by the fabric of his tie as a bus drives below them. It fades to black.
So I saw in a featurette how they filmed this, and you would think with all the sly CGI that they use from time to time,
Yeah.
that this would be used here, but it's not. And
What?
the only CGI that's really used is the wires erasing the ones that are being held by the crew.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because the actors are really on a rooftop. And they're just being suspended by wires to where he doesn't fall to his death.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I
don't
know.
have to do
man.
this.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, no shit.
we can't be in a studio right now.
Later on the rooftop, we join them after Dae-soo has told his story. The man nods in understanding and then announces that he'll be telling Dae-soo his own story. In response, and without a word, Dae-soo gets up and walks away.
He Einsteined him, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
dude.
That's my only note.
I was like, damn, dude, he listened to you.
Yeah, the whole
up.
thing.
The man calls after him, trying to tell him the reason he wanted to die. But this is lost when Dae-soo just literally leaves. We cut to an elevator where elevator lady, played by Kim Young-ai, averts her gaze behind her cat eye sunglasses and clutches the purse over her shoulder. We glide over to Dae-soo, who is crammed with his back into the back corner of the elevator, his hands splayed out on the walls on either side. His voiceover points out that this is a female human, and we hear him screaming internally.
So this reaction of his is very cartoonish, and it kind of lends to what you were saying about the surreal, exaggerated.
Yeah.
All because of this haircut, we get moments like this.
Yeah.
Thank you, haircut. The next time we see Dae-soo, he is casually strutting away from the building wearing those cat eye sunglasses. We see the lady speaking animatedly with the security guard outside, pointing at Dae-soo, but just as the guard turns toward him, the man from the roof crash lands on a car parked outside.
I saw how they accomplished this, and it's honestly wild because what they did was they put a stuntman on a crane. I would guess maybe 15 feet in the air, a lot of padding on his back, and he literally just jumps from the crane.
Oh my God.
Back first, spine landing into this car, and it just, I mean, it does what a car would do if you land.
So he really crashed into a car?
I believe so.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
They lifted him up. He's wearing the same suit as the actor was, of course.
Yeah.
So it appears the same, but his back was just fully padded. But that was it.
Man,
that's wild.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
That, because it looks It doesn't look CGI.
No.
And I was like, so is that a dummy or what happened? Because it's fast.
Mm-hmm.
But god damn, dude.
It's like you could have just had a weighted dummy. You know?
But shit, bravo, dude.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And they just lift him up out of the shattered glass, and he's like, "All right, what's up?
Yeah.
What's next?
What's for lunch?" I did read as well that this character is a side character in Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance.
Really?
And I don't, not that he was like integral to the plot, but that he is there and recognizable.
Okay.
So I don't know what that connection is, or if it's, just like a little Easter egg or what. I don't know.
So maybe that's just like to connect the universes or something, maybe?
Yeah.
Or maybe we would know if we watched the first movie why he was feeling that way or what happened.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know, but that is some homework that I'm going to do.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But the lady screams and drops to the ground as the guard and a bystander rush to the man's aid, though it's no use. Dae-soo breaks his stride for only a moment before continuing his journey. His voiceover reminds us, laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and you weep alone. A huge smile spreads over his face. Later, Dae-soo looks up and down a busy street, realizing that his home is gone and he can't call family or friends because everyone thinks he murdered his wife. As he looks down at a group of unsavory characters hanging out below in the street, he accepts his status as a fugitive. Without a word, Dae-soo walks over to the cigarette thugs. He takes a cigarette out of one of the men's mouths and places it in his own, taking a long and savored drag. In response to this, the men see no other recourse but to whoop Dae-soo's ass.
Now, you shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
Not that this is the appropriate response, but come on, man.
Yeah.
Everyone's wrong. One of them calls him a slur-adjacent name and kicks him. He rolls over and sprawls out on the ground, musing at the name that he was called and realizing he's never heard it before because the TV doesn't teach you curse words. They didn't get HBO in there. Still smoking the cigarette, he stands and strolls over to the waiting gang. He ponders if his 10 years of imaginary training will be of any use in real life. But as he quickly dodges the incoming punch of one man, knocks him down, and proceeds to make short work of the other four, he knows the answer. It is.
I just have two things here very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
First of which is when he lands on the ground, the way that he is lit,
Yeah.
it's like every shot is more beautiful than the last one.
Yeah.
And this just continues throughout the film. The framing, the lighting is just brilliant. But I want to say when it comes to action, one thing that I really, really hate about a lot of American action films is that each fight sequence contains I've counted, about 7 million cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this scene is very short, but there's literally one cut.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you like action like this, just wait.
Literally.
yeah.
There's a lot to talk about coming up. When we see Dae-soo again, he is peering through a restaurant window at a fish tank and identifying the striped beak fish inside, detailing its tenacity when it's caught despite its weak reflexes. And this is like, dude, you were just absorbing
Yeah.
nature document. You know what I mean? Like anything that you could watch. He continues to ponder the fish until he is joined by Beggar, played by Lee Dae-hyun. Just as he notices his presence, the man hands over a phone and a wallet to Dae-soo. Dae-soo takes possession of the items, and the man warns against asking him any questions because he doesn't know anything.
I gotta be honest. This might be unpopular, but if this were to happen at this point after all I've been through, just take me back to the room. Fuck it. This is clearly organized. I don't know what you got next planned.
Yeah.
I can't take it.
Take me back to the room.
I think that would suck a little. You know what I mean? It would be like, okay, I just kicked these guys' ass. That was cool, whatever. And then they're like, oh, here you go. And before you say anything, I don't know shit about shit. I'm going to take off.
Yeah. Let me get some of this food first and then take me back.
The fact that the fact that you knew where I was to come and do this.
Yeah.
I'm not free. Like,
No.
I'm free, but I'm not free.
No.
But with that, the man gets up and walks away. Dae-soo opens up the wallet to find that it is stuffed with cash. He sits at the bar of the sushi restaurant. Behind the counter, as she slices fish, Mi-do, played by Gang Hae-jung, asks for clarification on something that he said. So he repeats it for her, his eyes hidden behind his new sunglasses. I said I want to eat something alive.
She had said that when she had auditioned, they gave her a scene that was kind of nondescript as far as the plot was concerned.
Right.
But she was very concerned about getting this role because she loved the script so much. And so she said that if I fail this audition, I'll die. And if I get the job and I don't do a good job, I'll die.
Oh, no.
She wanted it so bad, and it was one of those things where she was telling herself, look, if you don't get it, it's okay. But she did not believe that for 1 second.
Yeah.
But I will say that her performance in this film is so good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad that she got the part.
Yes.
And everything, this role, I feel like, is kind of an unsung hero, kind of, because there is a lot of focus, of course, put on Choi because of his amazing performance.
Yeah.
I don't see enough praise
Oh, for sure.
for her.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
she does brilliant work.
Mm-hmm.
And they had talked about the audition process for it because, and I won't say anything yet, but try to remind me to revisit this later on. There is a very important duality to this character, and they needed somebody who could portray both sides of that coin. And so it wasn't, I mean, she got it for a reason. It was really cute though, because in that documentary, she said that she called herself the walking shop because they talked about she would always bring pastries and milk for everybody. She said that the true joy when you're filming on such a strenuous schedule was eating tasty food. And she said that Park Chan-wook loves to eat, and so does she. So another actor that we meet later on said that he feels like she spent her entire salary on food for everybody because she would just bring snacks every day. And it was, she said that they tried to make it nicer by calling her a walking encyclopedia, but she's like, I wasn't an encyclopedia, I was a shop. I was bringing food to everyone. But there are a couple scenes where she talked about having a lot of trouble finding her character and just being really, really nervous, and we'll talk about that later on. But she overcame, and she just does such an amazing job.
Yeah, that is, for me, the biggest strength and a tiny piece of the weakness for me in the movie, because I feel all these characters. I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? In certain parts, and it does sometimes gets a little too real, and sometimes it's like, oh man. But yeah, no, they act their fucking asses off in this movie. Everybody,
For sure.
But Mi-do tells him, long time no see, and Dae-soo's monologue tells us what we already know. He's never been here, but she does look familiar. Mi-do realizes, maybe not, but that he also looks familiar. She asks if they've met before. Dae-soo lowers his head and realizes where he knows her. The Search for the Best Chefs, which came on Channel 11 at 6:30 on Thursdays. She was the youngest female Japanese cuisine chef. Mi-do says that she thought the ratings on that show were low, but she supposes not. When he says that women's hands are too warm to make sushi, she laughs, remarking that he sure does know a lot before walking away.
Is your source on this reliable?
Literally.
yeah, what the fuck?
Is that why she got kicked off? So ridiculous. Once she's out of sight, the cell phone rings and Dae-soo snatches it up. The tense theme begins to play as he waits for the person on the other end to speak. When they don't, he asks, "Who are you?" The voice on the other end is flat, asking him if he likes his clothes. His face and voice trembling with emotion, Dae-soo whispers, asking why he locked him up. Mi-do has returned behind the bar and eyes him discreetly as he speaks. The voice on the other end asks Dae-soo who he thinks he is. Dae-soo ventures a guess, but he's wrong. He ventures another, wrong again, another and another and another, more and more names until he yells, "Who the hell are you?" The voice answers that he is none of these people, but he's something of a scholar, and his major is Daesu. He calls himself a Daesuologist and says that who he isn't what's important. What's important is why.
I will say there are some very slight clues here. And Daesu's very distracted.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Not picking
understandably.
up on them. He is trying to have dinner, but you know,
He's very hungry.
it's inconsiderate to call during dinner. But
I'd be a little curious to be like, what's my favorite color?
if you know everything,
Right? What's my middle name?
You fail. He tells Daesu to review his entire life. School is over, so it's time for him to do the homework. He gives him a parting comment to think over. Be it a grain of sand or a rock in the water, they sink the same. Daesu just wants to ask one question. When he was hypnotized in that room, what was the hypnotic suggestion? The voice just replies, I miss you. Hurry up and come to me. We see the person on the other end snap their phone shut, ending the call.
I just want to say I'm not, critiquing her hypnotism skills. Usually, you aren't supposed to remember that you've been hypnotized. I would say, right? Just making sure. But I will say that is one thing I forgot completely about this element of hypnotism.
Yeah.
Because part of my notes, I had such a strong critique about the way that things seem to move so quickly from here.
Yeah.
And once we understand, I had to go back and cross a lot of things out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's what I love is movies where it's like, no, this doesn't make any fucking, come on. And then it's like, oh, never mind. Oh, you mean just wait and watch them tell the story? Okay, got it.
Yeah. That is funny. I didn't think about that until now. If you're a sleeper agent, you don't know that. You don't know that.
True, yeah.
He remembers. So what's that thing you told me to do? Then
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
What's
Don't worry
the
about
code word I'm waiting for?
But Daesu also closes his phone and sits in silence. Midu returns with what he requested, asking if she can slice it for him now that he sees it's alive. Daesu turns his attention to the plate in front of him, where a live octopus wriggles on a plate. Instead of letting her slice it, he scoops it up in his hand and bites the head off. He gathers the writhing tentacles together and slurps them into his mouth like a handful of live noodles. They crawl down his throat and cling to his face in desperation. Midu watches this with an expression of mild amusement. She quips that she must be different than other women because her hands are very cold. To prove this, she rests a hand upon Daesu's tattooed one. His monologue asks what's with her before he collapses head first onto his plate. A tentacle wiggles beneath his face as Midu calls for help and shakes him, trying to revive him. His voiceover repeats, "Keep this in mind. Be it a grain of sand or a rock in water, they sink the same." It fades to black.
Man, I'd like to say that I would like to try to do that, but I'm not going to bite an octopus's head off like that.
That's a lot. And
Yeah.
this was real. This was
Yeah.
This
Oh,
was
no,
not
yeah. I could
digital.
tell.
This wasn't
I was like,
fake.
woohoo.
Yeah.
It's very funny. T and I were talking off mic earlier that the story that we always heard about this scene was that Choi is Buddhist and it destroyed him to film this, and he sobbed and had to pray for forgiveness after. And I watched him be interviewed, and that is just not the case.
No.
At all.
And I watched them film this scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the case.
No.
Wow.
He said that he did grow up Buddhist. His mother and his grandmother are, but that he is not practicing.
Okay.
That being said, he still doesn't prefer to eat raw or live food, but that they did this with 4 or 5 octopi,
Yes.
and he was fine.
Yeah.
That he felt a little bad because he said that they had to keep doing it because the live octopus didn't look as live as they wanted it to. So you see them like sprinkling salt on it, trying to get it to move more. But he said that they went with the one that clung to his face the most.
Oh, okay.
And we were talking earlier, there were literally scenes that he ruined because he was laughing.
Yeah.
So it's like it's such a weird misconception that people are like, it wrecked him to
Yeah.
It's like,
It's not true.
No, not at
Yeah.
all.
They asked them on a featurette the most difficult scenes for each of them to film.
Mm-hmm.
And they assumed that he was going to say this scene.
Yeah.
But he goes, oh, it wasn't really difficult. Straight up.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I don't know why this misconception has been so prevalent.
Yeah.
But they did say, and with the salt, that actually ruined one of the takes
Okay.
because it was too salty for him to even eat.
Oh.
So they had to do another one. And it was actually the last octopus.
Damn.
Okay.
And that's the one that ends up in the film because it was clinging to his face.
Yeah, yeah. Octopus is so good.
That's the takeaway.
It's really good, but yeah.
Not like this.
No. Well, I don't know. I've never had it.
That's
like
fair.
that.
That's
Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough. But when he wakes up, he is in a bed in Mi-doo's home. She lies on the floor reading and immediately asks him, "Is all this true?" Dae-soo realizes that she is reading his stack of journals. He rushes out of bed and snatches them away from her, saying nothing. He cradles the journals as he collapses back into the bed, smacking his head on a wooden table in his haste. This was an accident.
I was
Yeah,
going to
you
say,
can-
you can tell that hurt me personally because I've hit my head on
He hit
my
it
thing.
hard.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, God. I was like, that was real. You didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, but Park Chan-wook said it was funny.
They commended her because she continued with the take.
Yeah.
Because honestly, as a young actor, your instinct should be,
Are you okay?
Yeah.
But she's like, no, for the, the film.
Yeah.
And they kept it in, and it's,
It works.
it does.
Yeah. I think it's this scene that I saw in that featurette that she kept having false starts with her lines. And Park Chan-wook was like, this is your apartment. This is your home. You should feel comfortable here as this character. And so she said that made her look around the set and realize like your home is a reflection of you. And so she really drew inspiration from Mi-doo's apartment.
Okay.
That was honestly what was fascinating to me because that question that was posed to her as well.
Yeah.
And this was the scene she chose as the most difficult
Yeah.
because of those false starts.
Yeah.
All right.
Considering all the things that happen later, it's
Yeah.
very surprising.
But Mi-doo comments that the fever medicine she gave him really works. And having read his journal, she can't help but say that he passed out very easily for someone who exercised so much. Dae-soo covers himself in the blanket and tells her that lack of sunlight over time leads to vitamin A and E deficiencies. He tells her clinically that this is the reason for his lack of immunity against influenza. Mi-doo is like, do you always talk like that?
I gotta be honest, seeing the fact that she took him to her apartment
Yeah.
was shocking.
Yes.
Yeah, a little.
It's a customer you spoke to maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is an ambulance. This is the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again,
Exactly.
yeah, just hold on.
Mm-hmm.
She gets up to leave the room as he finds a pack of pills in his bed. She tells him that the bathroom door is broken and it won't lock, but not to get any ideas because she can slice him up like sashimi. He holds the pack up and asks what the pills are, and she tells him plainly, suppositories. How else can you give medicine to someone who fainted? And then she just leaves the room.
Unacceptable.
I mean, I guess. I guess.
No.
In the bathroom, she sits down on the toilet, a knife gripped in her hand. Despite the warning she just gave, Dae-soo runs into the bathroom and kisses her. He grips at her legs, but she hits him in the head with the butt of the knife and he falls onto the floor. He retreats into the bedroom where he gets dressed. And when she joins him, he tells her that he deserves to die for what he just did.
Again, unacceptable.
Yes,
Oh,
very.
yeah. Yeah, I was watching this and I was like, Daisy, what are you doing, man?
What are you doing?
I couldn't believe.
Yeah.
Mi-doo takes the blame, saying that she understands his anger for her bringing him here only to deny him. Again,
No.
which is bullshit.
No.
But she admits that she brought him here because she likes him, but he doesn't even know her name. As she cleans the blood off of his forehead, she tells him, Mi-doo. She vows to him that they'll show each other the flesh when she feels ready to. She read the words to the song The Face I Miss in his journal, and he elects that to be their signal. When she starts singing that, he needs to get himself ready right away. She tells him that she may want to stop at the critical moment, but to go forward anyway. I was like, girl.
Yeah, can we talk about safe words or whatever? I don't like what you're saying. Like, because the way she says, I was like, I don't feel comfortable with that.
I was gonna say every aspect of this scene is uncomfortable.
Yes,
extremely.
Yeah.
Dae-soo seems confused by this and lies down on the floor. She asks him about the ants and if he can still feel them and if they still come out of his skin. She says that the ants are about loneliness. Every lonely person she's ever met has hallucinated ants at least once. She realizes that ants always move in groups, and maybe that's why lonely people hallucinate them. Of course, she never has herself. But we see Mi-do alone on a train, her makeup smeared and her face streaked with tears. On the far end of the car sits a giant ant. It sits in a seat, and she looks over at it for a moment before staring forward again and wiping the tears from her face.
I'm getting to the next car as fast as possible.
Oh, yeah.
I can't even play the beginning of Fallout. I did see them filming this.
Okay.
And I believe the ant was kind of a big animatronic that they compiled together and put into that seat.
Oh, all right.
But they were actually filming on the subway in Busan.
Really?
Yeah, and they were pissing off a lot of commuters and people that are trying to travel, and they're like, you can't film here, and like it was bad.
Oh, man.
She said that they were screaming at them from right outside the car and that she couldn't even focus because they were so mad and yelling at them. But she said that she decided to use that to reflect how Mi-do was feeling, the whole alone in a crowd thing.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, girl. Like,
Yeah.
it
Were
worked.
they not supposed to be there? Like, they didn't have permission? Or
It was kind of complicated.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like they had permission to film in this car, but they were also pushing people off the car not to get onto it.
Yeah.
And then an employee seemed to be telling them that they couldn't be doing this. So I don't know. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah. All right. Well, that ant was like, no, don't
the
come
ant's
on
like,
here.
but I can be here, right?
But she wipes her face in the train car and repeats this motion, wiping her face in her home now before laying down on the floor next to Dae-soo, stretching out his arm behind her and resting her head on it. I loved that transition.
Yes. Again, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
We're in the POV shot of someone who has entered a room filled with clocks. Clock store lady, played by Lee Young-hee, tells us that she called from overseas to see if anyone had found her dad, not even knowing that her dad had killed her mother. She assumes that the girl called them because she doesn't have any family left. She says with sympathy that the girl had lost most of her Korean and that her foster parents were both doctors. She opens up a book and hands a note inside to the person across the counter. She asks the person, who she identifies as Miss Reporter, if it's really true that Oh Dae-soo really hasn't been caught. We finally see that the reporter that the woman is talking to is Mi-do.
I laughed a little bit because I'm like, she's really inserting herself into this.
Later, that's why I was like, this bitch is game. Like, she was like, bet, let's figure it out. But she answers the question with a light shrug and a giggle. On the street, Mi-do gives Dae-soo what she found out. He now has his daughter's address and a map to his wife's grave. Dae-soo looks at this address, seeing that his daughter is now named Eva and lives in Stockholm. Mi-do asks if he's going to call her, and he just walks off down the street. She rushes after him, asking if he wants her to call his daughter. She asks if he wants to go to the grave together, and Dae-soo turns to her, his face contorted in agony, but he transforms it into a sick smile, very reminiscent of the pained expression on that painting in his room. His voiceover promises, "No, after I kill that bastard first."
Read the room, man. He needs a second.
You want to go now?
Yeah.
You want me to call her? Are you going to call her?
Wait,
you know where
hold
she
on.
is now. Did I do good?
I appreciate it. Really, I do.
God damn.
I just let me breathe. Give me one. There's a lot you're throwing at me, and I need a second. Yeah.
And she's like, so you want to skip to her grave?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, this is tragic.
Yeah.
I was married to her.
Yeah. No. And you know what happened.
Yes.
You
read it,
alone know.
yeah.
So, they think you killed your wife. That wasn't me. That means somebody else did that. What? Give me a second. Hold on.
Literally.
So we're going to get ice cream after the cemetery?
Right. Your smile doesn't look real. Are you okay?
You're good though, right?
Yeah. You're cool to handle the rest of this. God damn.
I did want to talk about Cho Song-kyung. She was the costume designer, and she really moved the production designer's patterns motif to another level. It was her idea to continue the patterns in clothing when they're not on the walls or in the rooms. So now outside on the street, we see really everything that Me Do wears has a pattern on it.
True.
Okay.
And it is, once you're like, oh shit. But I thought that was a very interesting decision that you could very easily overlook, but it really means a lot. But at a restaurant, Me Do holds out a fried dumpling to him. He takes one and smells it. We see him in captivity, joylessly eating a fried dumpling. He chews on it before removing a shred of paper from his mouth that reads, Blue Dragon. Now in the restaurant, Dae-soo puts the dumpling in his mouth. Overeager, Me Do asks if this is the one. Annoyed, his inner voice complains that he hasn't even started chewing yet. But he does chew, and we cut to him leaving the restaurant whose doors read Blue Dragon. Me Do rushes after him, asking if it was the same taste. We get a montage of Dae-soo and Me Do sitting in multiple restaurants being served multiple trays of fried dumplings. Now, this sounds like heaven to me, but I can understand how it's difficult for him.
I was going to say the dumpling tour is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's worth 15 years of captivity, but I'm not saying.
We love a good dumpling, okay? But Dae-soo tells us that it doesn't matter if he has to go to 10 restaurants or 100. He will never forget the taste he had for 15 years.
I will say, I don't know how much money was put in that wallet.
Yeah.
Dumplings can be... And they're eating a lot of dumplings.
Yeah.
They are.
There's a long list of crossed off restaurants.
He eats dumpling after dumpling, crossing off from his list of Blue Dragon restaurants as he does so. But as he vomits in an alley, Me Do looks on with dismay before crossing another one off the list with their red marker. We cut to Dae-soo crossing off yet another with the marker at Me Do's house as he looks through a phone book. She asks if she should make him an online ID with something he likes as she chats with someone online named Evergreen. When Evergreen asks where she went, she says that she was talking to him. The webcam's tight on their faces. Evergreen asks, the Count of Monte Cristo? Me Do starts to type back that there's no one by that name here, but that mention got Dae-soo's attention. He goes over to the computer, showing his face on the webcam as Evergreen's eyes stare blandly back at them. Evergreen types, how's life in a bigger prison, Mr. O. Dae-soo?
First of all, I'm sorry you're talking about dumplings. You're talking about Monte Cristos. I'm really, really hungry.
Yeah.
What I will say is this, honestly, his reaction upcoming, I completely understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be so fucking so mad.
Oh, yeah.
And I do also want to say the name being Evergreen,
Yeah.
the amount of green that we see in this film,
Yeah.
it all feels very deliberate.
Mm-hmm.
It all feels as if it's a reminder of a presence.
Mm-hmm.
It's so detailed and so thought out. It's almost hard to believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Dae-soo asks, who are you? So Me Do types it. You got to understand, this dude's been gone since the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
It's like, didn't these used to take up a whole room? That's a camera in there?
Yeah.
In the middle of the top?
But Me Do types it and Evergreen responds, a lonely prince locked up in a high tower. Dae-soo asks who is it again, and the man's eyes stare back at him before ending the connection. Dae-soo looks at Me Do, who admits that she doesn't know. It's just some guy she chats with sometimes. They talk about sushi. Dae-soo puts on his jacket and starts rummaging through the cupboard, throwing things onto the floor as he does. Mi-do asks where he's going, and he ignores her until he finds a hammer in a cabinet and gets ready to leave, armed. Mi-do goes over to him and asks again, "Where are you going?" He looks her in the eyes and tells her flatly, "I can't trust you." He leaves the apartment. Mi-do goes to the phone book he was looking through and sees that he ripped a page out. The scrap that remains says purple. This is another huge, because purple is a very important color. And again, my favorite color. So I already want to like this person, but
No, hold on.
not so fast. We cut to a restaurant, Purple Blue Dragon. Dae-soo sits at a table, a fried dumpling stuck between his chopsticks, pondering what a dragon that's both purple and blue even means. This line could mean nothing,
Yeah.
but it doesn't. As people walk and drive on a slanted street, Dae-soo comes sprinting by in his black suit. He wonders why they would order from so far away when he had to pass 5 other Chinese restaurants to get there. His sprinting comes to a halt next to Delivery Boy, played by Yi Yong, as he waits for an elevator, and Dae-soo gasps desperately for air. His voiceover admits that his lungs feel like they're going to explode. As they ride the elevator together, Dae-soo tells the delivery boy to tell his chef to go easy on the scallions in his fried dumplings. The delivery boy pulls down his headphones to give him a mild, "Sure," before pressing the buttons for the 7th and 8th floors.
I just want to say that's only his order. I want more scallions.
More scallions! All the scallions!
Give me his scallions.
Right, I'll take what he's like.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was so smart.
Yes.
Yes.
I was like, there you go, dude. Follow this motherfucker. Don't even just play nice or whatever. So, okay, no, I'm going, not where you're going, but we're going the same way.
But you can press the buttons.
Yeah, you go ahead.
And it's so eerie for it to be what? Floor 7.5?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah. A guard sits in a chair in the hallway reading a manga. The elevator doors open, and without turning, he tells the delivery boy to leave the food and go. The delivery boy replies in the affirmative from the elevator and leaves, but he has left Dae-soo in the hallway. He stands behind the man, holding the claw end of the hammer above his head. The man drops the manga and stares at the claw. The two stand in a tableau as a straight line from the hammer to the man's head draws itself in dashes of red. This was like, don't be a square on Pulp Fiction.
that's all I thought of.
But, and again, I don't know what the fuck that is, but I don't care. It's great.
For me, it kind of, now you saying that, it does make it feel a little more
surreal.
Yeah. Because it's like, okay, hammer, direction, head. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's going to fuck this dude up.
Yes.
And I mean, it isn't something that comes up a lot.
Yeah.
But it gives this moment and this scene a lot of character.
It does.
And there's already a lot of tension.
Yes.
And so it's a very interesting choice, but I love it.
Yeah.
There's something that happens in a few minutes too that I was like, I don't know why you did that, but I love it. It looks so fucking cool. But the man's pinky creeps slowly toward the handle of a knife stuck in his boot, making all the noise in the entire world as he tries to pull it free. A smile creeps across Dae-soo's lips. In a room, on his laptop and surrounded by screens of security footage, Mr. Park Chan-wook, played by Oh Dal-soo, talks on his phone. He tells the person on the other end that they can't do it alone if the person is protected by bodyguards. They would also have to hire people who specialize in that. But if it's for over 6 months, then they'll bring them in for free.
What a deal.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, you're the one.
Yeah.
Suddenly, the door crashes open and Dae-soo comes in. Vivaldi plays as he runs his hand along the monitors, and we see that they are recording people who are in rooms identical to the one that Dae-soo was held captive in. Dae-soo, dropping the new insult that he just learned, asks Mr. Park why he imprisoned him.
So, seeing these monitors, wouldn't that scare you more?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're well aware of everything I was doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you
and
let
you didn't
me out?
stop me.
Yeah.
It's weird,
Yeah.
to say the least.
No, yeah.
That's not weird, right?
Isn't it strange?
It's kind of odd. Mr. Park, who Dae-soo has duct taped to his chair, replies with an explanation that their business spans 7.5 floors and they guard the client's information with their lives. In response to this, Dae-soo pinches between Mr. Park's legs, causing him to scream until Dae-soo shoves a white towel into his mouth.
I feel like that. I understand he's torturing him, but he's
dude.
like, yoink, don't. That's wild.
Well, that's
No.
gonna fucking hurt.
Yeah,
Well,
you're going to fucking tell me what the hell this is.
I'll tell you exactly what it is.
yeah, no, please.
You want
Dude.
first and last name, address, and their bank account number?
He wraps him up with more duct tape, immobilizing his head but leaving his mouth open. Dae-soo looks at the tattooed tallies on his hand before turning it to expose the scars on his wrists from his suicide attempts. He vows to pay the man back for each of the 15 years he spent captive and says that with each tooth pulled out, Mr. Park will age by 1 year.
Dude, that is something.
Yeah.
Ooh, man. This screenplay.
Yeah.
Bravo!
Yeah.
He picks up his hammer and look, this is fucking hard to watch.
Yeah, dude.
I do not like shit with teeth. This bothered me a lot.
This was beautiful. The
This
music.
bothered me.
Yes.
Yeah. And this, I think, is what the composer meant, talking about the juxtaposition of classical music in these scenes, because it's like, and it works, you
Yeah.
know?
And I do want to say that this is one of those times where you feel like you're seeing way more than you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really theater of the mind.
I'm already cringing just thinking of the metal again.
Yeah. Just get through it. I don't want to think about it much longer.
I hate it. But he picks up the hammer and he grips one of Mr. Park's front teeth firmly within the claw of it. Mr. Park begins to scream as Dae-soo flexes the hammer and blood begins to pour. We see him as he wrenches a tooth out and drops it on the keyboard along with 5 others that he's already removed. The white towel is once again in Mr. Park's mouth, but it has been colored a deep red by his blood.
So again, all that we really saw was the claw in the tooth.
Which was enough.
Yeah, it wasn't too much actually.
Yeah.
But just a small twist, a little bit of blood,
Yes.
cut away, teeth on the computer, a bloody towel.
Yeah.
And you feel like you've seen every tooth removed.
That's all you need.
I
That's all
feel
you
like
need.
like everything, the music, everything ties it together to
Yeah.
where you do feel like you're saying, like we see more than what we are, but we didn't see him pull any of them.
No.
I felt it though.
Oh, yeah.
No.
But Dae-soo leans close to his mouth, asking if he's ready to talk now. He takes the towel out and tosses it across the room before snipping away some of the duct tape.
The weight of that towel.
Yeah.
Again, just small details.
Yeah.
But you're like, it is filled
Yes.
with
Yeah.
blood.
And this is what I was talking about, the stylistic thing where I'm like, I don't know why you did that, but I love it. As Mr. Park speaks in a trembling voice, his words are subtitled in red. I don't know. I didn't see his face. I recorded the call. We cut to Dae-soo pulling a cookie tin off an office shelf and revealing it to be filled with tapes. He pulls out a tape labeled with the name, Oh Dae-soo.
I do also want to point out this continuous use of green and red in varying quantities and percentages.
Yeah.
The room is so green, but then that red towel on the chair,
Yeah.
it's like, it's so interesting.
It's gorgeous. Dae-soo steps back into the hallway, a hammer in one hand and in the other, a knife held up to Mr. Park's throat. Mr. Park's eyes are rolled back in his head and his mouth is stuffed with the cloth so bloody that it's gone black. Dae-soo stares ahead calmly at a hallway completely filled with Mr. Park's gang. He asks anyone with an AB blood type to raise their hands. After a moment of silent confusion, a couple of the men do. Dae-soo tosses Mr. Park at them and tells them to hurry because he's lost a lot of blood. They carry him away without incident. This is hilarious.
It's just funny to me because it's like you watched a lot of action films when you were in there, didn't you?
Well,
Because he's like, I'm just an action hero.
Yeah.
Because that's
and
wild.
he is.
Who has AB blood? It's like, God damn.
Well, go save your friend.
Exactly.
'Cause I'm going to kick his ass later.
We'll be seeing each other. And we are coming into what is if not the most, one of the most iconic scenes in the entire film, with good reason. So buckle up.
Mm-hmm.
But without another word, Dae-soo launches himself at the gang. In a jaw-dropping and intricately choreographed one-shot scene, Dae-soo makes his way down the hallway. He's able to take out a couple guys before he is beaten and knocked down to the ground. A group of men swarm him and kick him while he's down, but he regains his footing and bulldozes them away. He quickly loses the upper hand, and when he's knocked onto the ground again, someone stabs him in the back. When he is motionless, the men begin to relax, but Dae-soo springs back to life and continues to fight.
That moment is very funny to me.
Yeah.
It's like, whoo!
Yeah.
God, that was close, guys. Oh my God!
We watch as he struggles with energy and strength, but still manages to defeat every man that comes against him, the knife still sticking out of his back. When the men are finally in a writhing heap on the floor, he stops to catch his breath. He struggles to get to the end of the hall backwards, his hammer raised at anyone brave enough to take another shot at him, but the men can only groan and throw their broken weapons at him. He reaches the end and calls the elevator. We see the hallway filled with the injured men behind him. The elevator dings and Dae-soo's face is transformed by a big smile. The elevator is filled with reinforcements, men who have no idea what's in store for them. The elevator opens onto a garage, and the men all fall as soon as the doors open.
Great.
Yeah.
Dae-soo stands triumphantly behind them. He drops his weapon as he steps over their bodies and stumbles into the bright sunlight of outdoors. This is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, every single time, I'm more impressed by it than the last time.
Yeah.
It's so ambitious and it's so interestingly done. It's so what gets me is that it's choreographed,
Yeah.
but it feels so clumsy and real.
Yes.
That I think for me, that's what watching it again. I was like, oh, they're taking a lot of breaks. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I remembered this just being him nonstop beating the shit out of all of them, just nonstop, and it being the one take of him just whooping everybody's ass. And then watching it, I was like, oh, they're all huffing and puffing.
Well,
It's hard work.
No, I know, but I was like, oh, I don't, you know what I mean? I was like, I remembered this completely wrong. But it is great, and I do like you said, it feeling real and clumsy. You know what I mean? You went in there kind of prepared with one weapon, and then it's like, all right, oh shit, you know what I mean? But you fought your way through everybody, and that is more real because you're gonna take a few of them, but then that many people, you're gonna get tired.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, he got knocked down.
Yeah.
But he got up again.
Chumbawamba.
Uh-huh.
Oh fuck.
That was just disappointment.
No, but I had learned in that featurette that this was supposed to be completely different.
Okay.
It was going to be about 100 shots that they were going to string together. It was going to be epic and have wires and a bunch of effects and him like flipping around, basically like what you said.
Yeah.
Like just nuts.
Yeah.
And there was not going to be any breaks. He was not going to get knocked down. He was not going to be tired. It was just going to be Dae-soo whooping ass in this hallway. But I think what is most notably changed, obviously, is that it is one shot.
Yeah.
And they had said that they were just going to edit them together, but the way that it was storyboarded, it was over 100. And in the featurette, Choi was saying it was one of those moments where he was like, why the fuck did I say anything? Because he thought it would be a better idea that he gets tired. Because I mean, this is a lot different than the training that he's been doing alone in this room for the last 15 years.
No, yeah.
So it made more sense to him when the idea was brought up that Dae-soo does get tired and he does get knocked down, but he keeps going. And then somebody brought up, it was either Park Chan-wook or Choi Min-sik, because the way that they were telling the story, they both kind of said that it was them, but that they do it in one shot. And Choi agreed to it, and that's when he was like, what was I thinking? He said it was so difficult. And Park Chan-wook though had said that the crew, because him taking on this insane shot saved all the rest of the crew so much work in regards to FX, to cutting the scenes together, to all of that shit. Like, he really shouldered all of that.
Yeah.
So that really for the rest of the time, they respected him so much more because this was so grueling and difficult. And in regards to FX, speaking of which, I was like, what? But the FX director said that the knife that he stabbed with did not exist. It's CG. So when you're watching him be stabbed and the knife sticking out of his back the entire time, it is not real. And I obviously I don't think that they stabbed Troy in the back, but it's so it's so subtle.
Yeah.
I didn't think twice about it. And so watching them kind of render it on the computer and make it look, it moves with him. And like it's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Well, you never know when there's a Sam and Bruce thing. He's like, just do it. Just do it.
We're not even going to go that deep.
Yeah. It's Billy and Stu.
He turns into Stu all of a sudden. He's like, just go ahead.
It's fine.
And he was getting woozy there.
Yeah. But no, I like I said, I did remember it a little more action packed, but I do. That's not to say that I don't appreciate how it is.
Yeah.
Because it is, like I said, him getting tired and all that. I was like, okay, this is like you said the word clumsy.
Yeah.
It is realistic. And it's like, okay. And I know that would have been cool, but then if we would have got a Malignant scene, we would have been mad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I did also want to point out, I watched this video from Vanity Fair where Park broke down this scene bit by bit.
Okay.
And he was talking about another aspect of visual effects that you will never guess. Mm-hmm. There were some times that they would throw punches, and because, of all the takes, which I'll get to in a minute, that they did, none of them are perfect.
Yeah.
But they picked the best one. They were able to accentuate the, quote, best one, unquote, with visual effects. Whenever they have people that are falling down that weren't punched, they digitally extended Choi's arm.
Shut.
Yeah. To make it to look like the punch connects.
That's great.
Never would I guess this.
No, because
at
that
all.
could
Not
so
at all, yeah.
easily look
like you're the Fantastic Four.
I thought you were gonna say how many people really got punched by like trying to do this all. You know what I mean? Because they are all in that hallway and they're like falling over each other. Mm-hmm. So I would even believe that them getting hurt doing this. So many
for
times.
sure.
Yeah.
I also wanted to point out the guy that is shirtless with the back tattoo.
Yeah.
That is Hyo-mung Hang, who was the stunt leader for the film. He actually choreographed this scene.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So he got a little part in it too.
Oh yeah, what a badass.
But Park was saying that the exhaustion obviously was real.
Oh, I bet.
And what happened was they filmed this. It took 15 takes
Oh my god.
over the course of 2 days. And Chung Hoon Chung was talking about the misdirection at the beginning because the first shot is very dynamic and handheld. Mm-hmm. And then we're flat.
Yeah.
And just a tracking shot through the whole thing. And so that was part of, again, we talked about Park wanting to kind of misdirect the audience.
Yeah.
And not trick them, but kind of give them something they aren't expecting, which this is not expected at all.
No.
Not at all.
But he had said that the reason that they did it over 2 days, because everyone's like, really? Like 15 takes? The reason is, and the quote that he gave in an article was, that kind of lonely, helpless movement cannot be performed. And so he had them do it so many times so that the last take, the last one is the best one because this shows how tired he is.
Yeah,
they're real. Yeah.
And you see it. And all of it is real. Him leaning against the wall, that's not Dae-soo.
No.
That really feeds right into something that he said in that featurette, because he said they say a director gets pleasure from torturing their stars, and that the bigger the star is, the more pleasure they get. Mm-hmm. And he said, quote, "This was very pleasurable for me."
Oh my god, dude.
Like,
well, goddamn.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, again, we talk about it a lot. It's brilliant what came out.
It's brilliant. And what we were talking about earlier with the schedule that they're already on.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine. Like, no wonder he's fucking falling asleep on set.
Yeah.
I can't
dude.
imagine.
See, I just want 15 takes straight.
Wild.
But this is also so good that it's in other places.
Yes.
It goes and it's influenced everywhere. I remember seeing the episode of Daredevil when they did this.
Right.
And I think the director for that was Alex Garcia Lopez. He did that fight scene. And in an interview he did that I read, it was on film.com. And he said that this was an inspiration and it helped them using the hallway scene the way they did. It's not exactly one for one, but it is kind of the same idea. He said that it helped them open it to doing the way they wanted to do the story, the fight scene like that, instead of trying to do it, I guess, with cuts and making it look, because it's Daredevil's great if you haven't seen it. But I mean, that whole little scene made me feel just like I was watching Oldboy. And I was like, hey, I know this. But he said that he wanted it to do it in that style because he was like, it's perfect. It fits in what we're trying to do at the time in the story.
And it is perfect.
Yeah.
I remember there was an episode, I want to say season 4 of Preacher.
Okay.
Where they did
Yes.
this as well.
Yeah.
And it's just so interesting to see. I mean, I know it's 20 years.
Yeah.
The far-reaching influence of this.
And it's such an incredible moment to pay homage to, because watching this for the first time,
Man.
I'm like, I can't fucking believe that. Like, it's incredible. Something about one-shot scenes. I think of that scene in the first season of True Detective.
Oh, man.
Where I felt physically ill. I was like, I'm gonna fucking throw up. Like,
Yeah.
It's something about it. It's so immersive, and this is just executed perfectly.
Yeah, and you say it a lot when on Always Sunny. What is it, Charlie Work?
Yes,
Oh,
that
man.
is one of my favorite episodes because of
You've
that.
said that every time we've watched it. Your sister's like, "Oh, that's one of my favorite episodes."
I'm
And
like,
she's
this is brilliant, this is
I
brilliant.
love it.
I think it speaks to Park's what he's focusing on as far as action scenes are concerned.
Yeah.
He did this interview where he was talking about one of his previous films. I think it's called Joint Security Access.
Okay.
But there's an action scene in it, and he said, I hate action scenes. He goes, I hate watching them, I hate directing them.
Yeah.
And so whenever he was making that film, he even asked the studio, he goes, can somebody come in and direct the scene for me?
Yeah.
And then I'll just do everything else.
Wow.
And they refused. And so what he had to do back then, he goes, well, what is the focus? Why are these people fighting?
Yeah.
And that's what he's focusing on with that. And so his intention here was to say, why is he doing this? So it's more emotion than just like
Okay.
Yes.
choreographed.
Okay.
I think that is the thing for me, because I tell John Paul all the time, if an action scene is kind of too much, my eyes just glaze over and I'm kind of not paying attention anymore. So I feel like I am somebody who appreciates things like choreography, and it's, because even, and I like the Marvel movies, but sometimes I'm like, it's getting there. I'll tell them it's getting there. I'm not even looking at anything anymore.
But the story?
It's like, can they just start talking again?
Yeah.
But no, this is it's things like this where it is executed so beautifully, and so I mean, I can't say enough about it. I know that we've already talked about the scene but probably too long, but it's so incredible.
I think this scene deserves a segment.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
No,
fair
no.
enough. Before we do move on, though, I wanted to talk about the score that is playing here. And they said that it was the first piece of music that they wrote, and it's called The Oldboy. And this is Daesu's theme, and they wanted it to convey chaos and loneliness. And it's kind of repurposed in other parts of the film. I think they said that when he is fighting the cigarette thugs, when he first gets out, it's another version of this.
Okay.
So it's like, this is his, like,
Yeah.
And it's very interesting because again, when Park Chan-wook and Cho Young-wook were going back and forth about very nitpicky things about the music, there was almost no music here at all.
Okay.
oh, wow. That would have been.
And I think that would have been very interesting to see, but I think that his theme playing here, it just fucking it is just
it's perfect.
like we were saying
Yeah.
earlier, this is cinema. It's like this now that's a fucking movie. That's what it feels like.
I was gonna quote, "I'm gonna get you, sucker," and say every good hero needs a theme song, but is he really our hero?
There's- I mean,
What's a hero?
Yeah. I do also want to talk about that moment in the elevator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that moment is so hilarious.
It
It is.
Park had said that they actually scripted and planned to show the fight in the elevator.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
But he decided that it was enough what happened in the hallway.
Yeah.
And it feels perfect because you don't need to know.
Yeah.
And I think that this speaks to the dark humor that we talked about where he just steps out and it's just it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need to see it to know.
Not at all.
It's like, especially like you said, after everything that we've been through in the hallway.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like,
But even that, like, we don't need to hear them banging. Like, we didn't hear none of that.
No.
And I feel like just the way it was, like you said, is perfect.
yeah. But back to the film. Walking along with the crowd on the street, sweaty and streaked with blood, Dae-soo's voiceover laments that it's yet another day that he can't get by quietly. He adjusts his suit, gaining quiet attention from passerbys, and he realizes that he's become a monster now. He wonders, when his vengeance is over, can he go back to being the old Dae-soo?
Do you want to be the old Dae-soo?
I mean, we met him.
Yeah.
He wasn't like great.
No, he was pretty obnoxious.
Yeah.
When he tries to use a crosswalk, he collapses. A man rushes over to him, concerned with the amount of blood, and asks if he's okay. He stops a taxi and settles Dae-soo into the back seat. The man hands the driver cash through the window and instructs the driver to take Dae-soo to building 8 of the Saewoon apartments. Red flag.
Yeah.
He asks the driver to take care of him. Dae-soo mutters out a weak thank you, and the man, the top of his face obscured by his hat and by the car door, smiles at him brightly and tells him, not at all. It's not until he leans into the back window that we see the face of Lee Woo-jin, played by Yoo Ji-tae. He leans in close as he shuts the door and with a quick smile says, farewell, O Dae-soo.
I was like... Really?
I can't take anymore.
No.
I was like, is the whole city against this dude? God damn. I was like, what the fuck?
They're all like,
I know, it's like the Truman Show, but
Yeah.
he slides out of the window and the car pulls away before Dae-soo can do or say anything else. This is a lot. The way that he leans in gives me chills every time I see it. It is so, I don't know why it's so scary, but it is to me.
I feel like it's almost cartoonish evil because like he leans in and
Yes.
it kind of comes in.
Because you
Yeah.
feel like you're in Dae-soo's position and he's like, whoop. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, ah!
well,
But
there's that feeling of him just being like, I know something you don't know.
Yeah.
yes.
And it's just this, it's glee, but it's also horror.
Yeah.
Because it is the biggest smile.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
before you see his whole face and he's like, oh, not at all. I was like, oh my
Oh,
God.
this is bad.
Get the fuck out of there, dude. I just had a couple things here that Choi had suggested Yoo Ji-tae for this role. And Park Chan-wook said that he asked questions about literally everything and that it was so kind of different to work with somebody so young but so serious. In that featurette, they were asking him, they were like, everybody says that you're very serious and that you take, what you're doing very seriously. And he was like, I don't think I'm that serious. He's like, when we went to karaoke, I sang.
It's like, so it can't
All
be.
right. I get,
So
yeah.
shut the fuck up. Like,
Next question.
but Gong Hae-jong, Mi-do, had said that on the streets of Busan, when they were filming outside, people were going crazy for him and for Choi Min-sik, that it was delaying their progress because people were so excited to see them.
If I'm not mistaken, Woo was a model as well. So he
Oh,
had a pretty
shit.
big fan base going into this too.
I mean,
Okay.
I can see it.
Yeah. And I know we'll talk about it later, but there's a 14-year age difference between you and Choi.
Oh, damn.
And you see it, but it also works because of everything that Dae-soo has been through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating because they had talked about it on a featurette as well, where they said that people would notice this, and Park was like, think about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty clear why.
It definitely works. I feel like even things like that where you're like, nah, there's an answer for it.
Yeah.
There's something later on that happens with the character's hair that I was like, when did you? And then I think, and I'm like, oh, you did.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. It was interesting too because the makeup artist said that the makeup that they did for Choi Min-sik, they tried to make his nose kind of flatter and broader and make his face a little more, because she was like, you'll notice his nose is bigger in Oldboy than it is in any of his films, because they wanted them to look so different. They wanted Woo Jin to have the longer and sharper features and Dae-soo's to be broader and flatter. Dae-soo obviously has the hair.
Yeah.
Woo Jin's is very slicked back and tamed. Like, just looking at them, there's such a juxtaposition, and to hear them talk about it, and it's like, oh, everything that we are seeing was planned and calculated. Like, I just appreciate that so much. And the score that's playing here is called Look Back in Anger, and the use of it here is so brilliant because this played during part of the imprisonment.
Oh, okay.
So we're invoking these feelings again subconsciously without even, because and that's part of it. The music as he's like leaning in, it's just so chilling. But Dae-soo wakes up in Mi-doo's bed. He is bandaged and bruised, and next to the bed, he finds bloody gauze and bandages. Mi-doo is passed out on the floor with scissors in her hand. He takes them away and finds a purple cloth next to her. He spreads the cloth and raises it, and it's like there's like a maze pattern on it. But he gets a look at it in the light as someone outside the window snaps photos of him. Finally, he puts the tape that he found at Mr. Park's in the player. Mr. Park's voice says, "A bastard you hate but wouldn't want to kill. A bitch you detest but want more than to kill. We'll take care of them." This establishment is horrific.
How do you get like business, like clearance?
Word of mouth. Word of mouth.
Advertising is difficult.
And I didn't until the end, kind of there's this little thing.
Yes.
I was just like, all right, you just really don't like this guy. but no, it means something.
Yes.
And I will say I was also surprised to see him go back to Mi-doo's apartment that quickly, because the last time they spoke, he was like, I can't trust you.
Yeah.
And then he's gone.
She's like, well, better bandage him up.
Yeah.
But again, these motivations that now you're like, why the fuck would she even do that? Later, it's like, oh. But on the tape, Woo Jin's voice asks if the person will go mad from being locked up for so long. But Mr. Park assures him that if he doesn't want him to go mad, they can just administer some medication, which is wild because he's like, well, I mean, if you want him to, we can. He says that they use something called the Risperdal solution, a known treatment for schizophrenia. He starts to ask how long he wants the person held for, but Woo Jin answers swiftly, 15 years. Mr. Park is taken aback, asking what he could have done wrong to warrant 15 years. Woo Jin says that Oh Dae-soo talks too much.
Just rough me up then, dude. Don't put me away. Yeah. Then that just means I got a smart mouth. Go ahead and teach me a lesson. Don't lock me up for 15 years in some apartments I don't want to be in.
Some apartments.
Well, I'm just saying, don't do me like that, man.
I just think that what's so wild is Mr. Park's like, no, we'll be in business in 15 years.
Yeah.
we can keep track of that. That's fine.
Demand. Don't even worry about it. Outside, the person with the camera zooms in on Dae-soo, commenting that Dae-soo needs to go to sleep and that tomorrow it's about time he visited Ju Hwan's internet cafe. So the next day he does. Ju Hwan sits behind the desk eating and tells Dae-soo to sit wherever he likes without even glancing his way.
I will say there's something about actors eating that is hilarious to me. He is putting way too much into that ramen.
Maybe it's really good. It looks good. He looks over, though, when Dae-soo says his name, and we immediately cut to them hugging as Ju Hwan cries. Imagine your friend went missing for 15 years.
It's honestly a very, very touching reunion.
Yeah.
Because, and honestly, I would feel responsible. It was on my watch.
Yeah, that's true.
And not only that, all the shit that happened.
Yeah. He's like, did you really do that?
Yeah.
Am I hugging a killer right now?
Well, you got to ask why you're hugging because you're holding him already.
That's true.
Help! But Dae-soo is expressionless as his friend squeezes him and clings to him. Later, he plays the tape for Joo-hwan, ending it when Woo-jin says that Dae-soo talks too much. He asks his friend if he's ever heard the voice before or if he knows who could possibly hate him so much. Joo-hwan takes a thoughtful drag on his cigarette before quipping that he doesn't know all 260 names of his women's husbands.
Wow.
I was like, Dae-soo.
Yeah.
And he's married. He was married too.
He was.
Yeah.
See, and that line...
Trifling.
Yeah. That line leads to a theory that I had that quickly gets dashed.
Okay.
Because it seems like a throwaway. Again, that's what is so good about this mystery in this film.
Yeah.
Is that there are so many different avenues it could go down.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And
And,
the one
you're not.
No. I was going to say, you will never guess.
They get onto a computer and Dae-soo logs into the chat site that Mi-do was using the screen name Monster. Mi-do pops up as a contact, and when Joo-hwan asks who she is, Dae-soo says she's a girl that cries over nothing. As Joo-hwan takes over the keyboard, Dae-soo lowers his eyes and asks his friend if he really did talk that much. Joo-hwan replies that the way he sees it, he needs to look for the perpetrator in the people that he used to be close to. Joo-hwan tries to search for Evergreen, the guy that Mi-do was talking to, but over 50 search results pop up. Before anyone can react to this, they're sent a friend request from Evergreen, which is horrifying because they just logged on.
Mm-hmm.
It again, where with him finding him in the street and putting him in the taxi, you're like, this dude is connected.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And for him to be like, they're searching for me. I'll make it easy. And I did want to say, I know that purple is going to be associated with this character.
Yeah.
But the fact that his name online is Evergreen and we've seen just this prevalent green in the color palette, it's like he has his hand in everything.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. It's very fascinating.
But they accept the request and receive a message. Congratulations. As of yesterday, statute of limitations has expired for the murder suspect, Oh Dae-soo. And I meant to look that up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
But I was very busy doing other things. But interesting, a statute of limitations for murder.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a thing.
I mean,
it
it's
was
not
like,
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And it was also 2003. Who knows?
That's true too. Yeah. But it also seems very like you planned everything because you framed him for this murder, but you're releasing him at a point where he's not, like, he's still yours. The police are not after him.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's all, it's a lot.
So thank you, kind of.
Yeah. Thank you, but also like fuck you though.
Yeah.
It's like 70% fuck you.
Yeah.
The little dash, little sprinkle of thank you. In a lavish penthouse, we see Woo-jin dictating the message to Mr. Han, played by Kim Byung-ok, who types it out. He tells him, like a gazelle from the hand of the hunter, like a bird from the snare of the fowler, free yourself. We glide across the table, past a pair of menacing-looking scissors, where Woo-jin is placing down a snapshot of Dae-soo, walking down the street with Mi-do beside him. Again, innocuous.
Mm-hmm. Very sly.
Oh, yeah, but wait. Elsewhere, we cut to Mi-do, tied up and restrained. She struggles and screams as someone presses their hand against her face and calmly demands to know who she is. The camera pans up to see that it is Dae-soo restraining her. His voiceover confesses that when he was locked up, he promised he wouldn't trust anyone if he got out. He devised a plan that if he were to find anyone suspicious, he would create a secret for only him and that person to know. Now, he tells Mi-do that he created the ID Monster to trap her. Pointing out how strange it is for her to have brought a complete stranger home, he asks again, "Who are you?" In response, Mi-do bites down hard on Dae-soo's hand, but this garners no response. He only calmly asks who Evergreen is.
He's like, I don't feel that hand anymore.
Yeah. That's gone.
Yeah, that's out.
His phone rings, and when he answers, Ju-hwan reports that he found Evergreen's personal details. When he tells Dae-soo to get something to jot it down, he scrawls it across Mi-doo's stomach and lipstick. Ju-hwan gives him the name Soo-dae-oh, but Dae-soo freezes when Ju-hwan gives him the address. Saewon Apartments, Building 7, Unit 407. Now, if you remember, those are Mi-doo's apartments.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Dae-soo stares out the window at the building directly across from Mi-doo's. He flies down the apartment steps outside, and his voiceover tells us that he is not doing fine in this life in a bigger prison. Dae-soo lets himself into the unit across the way. The floor is littered with trash, and when Dae-soo tries the light switch by the door, it doesn't work. Nevertheless, he steps into the living room and finds himself face to face with Evergreen, Woo-jin.
To me, I found it so fascinating that they're going about the mystery this way. That we're seeing who is responsible.
Yeah.
It's not this third act grand reveal that he steps out of a curtain
Yes.
and it's like, oh, it's Dae-soo's father or something. You know? It's just very, very fascinating because then it continues this mystery of why.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is it. That is interesting to think because I don't think I've seen that done too many times like that. Like, look, I'm gonna tell you who I am, but it's up to you. I mean, I know Saul kind of does, or Jig, you know, they kind of do that. It's like, look, I'm Billy or whatever, and then he's,
I'm Billy.
Well, whatever, fucking John Kramer, McLean, or whatever, whatever his name is.
I'm Billy.
Yeah, Billy. There you go. We like him better.
Yeah. he has a cool tricycle.
Yeah, but this is good and effective for that. Hey, this is who I am. Now you need to figure out why I'm upset. What did you do?
I feel like, and I don't know if I'm immediately drawing this parallel because it also stars Choi Min-sik, but
I know.
I Saw the Devil.
Yeah.
Also had something happen very, very early on that I was not expecting to happen until the very end.
Yeah.
And so it really throws you off kilter because it changes what you think that this movie is. And I felt that same way with I Saw the Devil because it's like, okay, so this movie is not you hunting down who Evergreen is or he's right there.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of movie left.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he were to rush into this unit and he goes and he sees them there, this realistically and normally would be the last 10 minutes of the film.
Absolutely.
And we do have a lot to go.
Yeah. Woo-jin tells him, "Who are you?" mockingly before laughing and presuming that that's what Dae-soo was about to say. As Mr. Han stands beside him stoically, Woo-jin tells Dae-soo that he's got to figure this out on his own. First, who, and then why. He invites him to come back and see him once he's found these things out. But then he tells him that he's only got until July 5th.
That was surprising.
Yeah.
I saw in a video, like I said, this is based off of an 8-volume manga, and the time limit is not imposed until volume 8 of the manga. So I was like, that's wild. After consulting his watch, he tells Dae-soo regretfully that he's only got 5 days left. He asks if that's too short, but offers the consolation prize of taking his own life instead of Mi-doo's if Dae-soo is able to pull it off. Dae-soo has been coming forward slowly, but stops in his tracks at the mention of Mi-doo's name. Woo-jin continues that he plans to kill every woman that Dae-soo loves for the rest of his life because he's notorious for not being able to protect them. I was like, what?
Yeah.
With a roar, Dae-soo closes the gap between himself and Woo-jin and grabs him by the throat. With his other hand, he raises a knife to Mr. Han, who just grabs him by his wrist. Woo-jin waves Mr. Han away, and with his voice strained against Dae-soo's grip, he commends him on his strength. He calls him Mr. Monster and marvels that he truly is a monster of his creation.
That was supposed to be their little secret.
Yeah.
When he grabbed him, I was like, oh boy's, he's tired. He's like, I'm not fucking around no more, dude.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And then when he waved his bodyguard off, I was like, oh, he's not worried.
Not at all.
I was
He's
like,
not
man.
gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. Dae-soo has pressed his knife against Woo-jin's throat as well, and Woo-jin reminds him that if he does this, he's never going to figure out the why, the question that's bugged him for the last 15 years. He asks him if he really doesn't care anymore, which this would like piss me off.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because you know I care.
I never stopped caring.
You know I'm not going to kill you. This is enough for Dae-soo to release him and walk away. Woo-jin takes a seat, and when Dae-soo comes back, he has a hammer in his hand. Referring to what Dae-soo did to Mr. Park, he assumes that Dae-soo means to dabble in a little more dental torture. But opening his shirt and revealing a vertical scar along his chest, Woo-jin breaks the news that Dae-soo wouldn't have time to torture him. He has a weak heart and had to have a motor put in. He tells Dae-soo with a grin that when he had this done, he told the doctor to give him a remote control so that he can switch the motor off to easily end his life whenever he wants. The doctor was able to accommodate this for an extra $100,000.
First, do no harm.
He's like, shit, okay.
100,000.
That's wild, dude. All right.
And you press this button here.
Yeah. But the device, in all fairness, you're just trying to wipe my memory. That's not
that's
gonna.
what I'm about to say.
That's not gonna kill you.
No.
Dae-soo brings the hammer closer to Woo-jin's face, but Woo-jin just holds up his remote, which does look suspiciously like the memory eraser from Men in Black.
Mm-hmm.
He slides it open and presents Dae-soo with his conundrum. He can kill him right away, but he won't find out why he was locked up. He wants to torture him, but then Woo-jin will just end his own life. He puts it plainly. Does Dae-soo want to get his revenge, or does he want to find out the reason? He strokes the switch with his thumb absently as he speaks. He stands next to Dae-soo and tells him that he watched him for 15 years and that he was never bored or lonely. As he walks back toward the door, he invites Dae-soo to try revenge, as it's the best cure for those who have been hurt. He dramatically and mockingly mourns the loss of Dae-soo's 15 years, the pain of losing his wife and daughter. It would make it all go away. He tells him that vengeance is healthy, but he can't help but wonder what happens when it's been fulfilled. That is such an important theme of this film.
Mm-hmm.
But he joins Mr. Han in the doorway, speaking over his shoulder at Dae-soo as he ventures to guess that he thinks that hidden pain would probably just come back again. He knocks on the door and tells Dae-soo, "Long time no see," before strutting away, leaving Mr. Han to close the door behind him as he follows. Dae-soo stands alone in the apartment, staring at nothing. After a moment, this did make me laugh because he comes back.
Yeah.
Like, you're still here?
Woo-jin opens the door and leans into the room, asking, "Hasn't Dae-soo left Mi-do tied up for too long?" Especially when he also left the door open. Then he just closes the door again. Just a couple things before we go back to Mi-do. This again, the production designer said that they purposefully put more of those honeycomb patterns on the walls of this apartment to kind of invoke that feeling of his imprisonment.
Okay.
But like you were saying about them asking every actor what the hardest scene for them to film was, Yoo Ji-tae said that this was his. And the reason was so interesting. He said that he wanted it to sound like Woo-jin was acting, that he had practiced this 1,000 times while Dae-soo was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And now he finally has his moment to do it.
Yeah.
But I think that is once you understand that inspiration and that motivation for the character, you see it when he speaks.
Mm-hmm.
This is a thin veil over something very dark and very bleak of him putting on this show and smiling. And I mean, it's an incredible performance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's the monologue that he's been practicing for 15 years.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for this exact moment.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to give a shout out to Mr. Han because they talked about it on a featurette, how really this character should just fade into the background.
Yeah.
But there is something in this silent performance.
Yeah.
He says very little,
Yeah.
but he's enough to have this much of a presence every scene that he's in.
Well, yeah, because he looks like he's going to kick your ass if you
Yeah.
He does.
He
He,
does.
something
He
wrong.
will. He will.
He just looks mean. Like he's like, I'm here for this. That's it. I don't need to say anything.
They were asking the cast who like the most unsung kind of side characters were. And Gong Hai John had said that she thought it was the man on the roof.
Okay.
Because of the way that they had to suspend him and stuff. And she said he had to wait because that's one of the last things that they filmed. And so he was kind of waiting by himself. He didn't get to really interact with any of the other actors besides Choi Min-sik.
Yeah.
But Choi Min-sik said that for him, it was Mr. Han. Because of that, the presence that he gives a character that really doesn't speak a lot. And he also said that they bleached his hair so much that it was starting to fall out.
Oh, wow. God damn. That's commitment to the craft.
Yeah. But something very interesting that I thought you guys would love because I loved it. But Cho Sang-kyung, the costume designer, said that her inspiration for Woo Jin's clothing was Patrick Bateman from American Psycho.
That's perfect.
It is so spot on
Yeah.
that's the vibe that she wanted to give. You can, I mean, absolutely, especially later on when he's in like his suit and everything. Very, very much Patrick Bateman.
And we talked on our American Psycho episode about how a lot of it felt like a veneer for him too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that's interesting.
And she had said that something that I never even would have picked up on, but the suits that were given to Dae-soo, it's the same cut and same brand of suit that Woo Jin wears.
Huh.
Because to him, this is what I wear. This is what everyone wears.
Yeah.
So I was like, that is so much attention to detail.
Yeah.
They're very classy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They both look great.
Yeah.
But we hear Mi-do scream as Dae-soo runs back up the outside stairs to her apartment. It's night now. And again, the situation obviously is not funny, but this is funny watching him sprint away in the daytime and then sprint back in the night. There's something very funny about that.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's the same static shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he kicks the door down, and inside he finds Mi-do tied up, her shirt opened to expose her breasts, and a man standing next to her with a knife. She asks him to save her. Dae-soo is dropped down to his knees, surrounded by the members of Mr. Park's gang. Then a chair is set in front of him, and singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Mr. Park sits in front of him, smiling brightly to reveal a mouthful of new gold teeth. I was like, this motherfucker,
Wow.
he's tenacious. I'll take the L. I'm
Yeah.
never looking at you again. You
Well,
took my teeth
You took my teeth and my team.
and my
Yeah.
team.
No, yeah.
So you're good.
Well, he's got the money to buy more.
Yeah, obviously.
And then we'll never speak of this
Yeah,
again.
Yeah. He tucks the business card into the pocket of Dae-soo's jacket, telling him that this dentist is really good. The members of the gang hold Dae-soo's head in place as Mr. Park takes out a tool to hold his mouth open. He then takes the claw end of a hammer and wrenches around inside Dae-soo's mouth. Mi-do screams and averts her eyes. I was cringing, full body cringing.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, this is what you did. So
Yeah, no.
you gotta
did the
accept
same
it.
thing, yeah.
You've got to accept it.
I mean, yeah, dude.
Fuck, I shouldn't have taken all those teeth. A look of confusion crosses Dae-soo's face, and Mr. Park dabs his mouth with a cloth, telling him that they say that cowardice comes from imagination. So try not to imagine, and it will make you fucking brave.
I can confirm that cowardice comes from imagination. I've lived my entire life this way.
Tracks, yeah, that tracks. He warns Dae-soo that now here comes the real thing. Frantic music mounts as Mr. Park leans in, but he becomes very disturbed and leans back when Dae-soo begins laughing maniacally and hissing at him. As he does, he smoothly starts to remove his own weapon from his sleeve behind his back. But everything stops when Mr. Park's phone rings. He answers it, thanking the person on the other end for telling him about this place, but lamenting that he hasn't even started yet. Suddenly, Mr. Han appears at the door with the briefcase full of cash. Mr. Park and his gang look it over, and after a heavy moment of consideration, Mr. Park calmly says, "Let's go." They start to leave, but unsatisfied, Mr. Park picks up a bat and hits Dae-soo, knocking him to the ground. He then tells his gang, "Let's really go."
I thought it'd be funny if Mr. Han took some of the money out. He's like, no, we said
Right. Yeah.
right
I
now.
said now.
Yeah, that was worth 40,000.
But I mean, if you're gonna get away with it, he took your fucking teeth.
Yeah.
Let me.
That would be hilarious. They start to strut out, but Dae-soo calls out weakly from the floor, "Let's fight." Mr. Park tries to laugh this off, calling him tenacious, but bleeding and still unable to bring himself to his feet, Dae-soo promises to cut his hand off for touching Mi-doo's breasts.
I did think it was funny how Mr. Park, when he had the hammer the first time to Dae-soo, and he was like, when he tells him about the imagination, he pretends to pull the fucking tooth out, and then he's like, oh no, here it comes for real.
That's just...
Yeah.
But he's an asshole.
Clearly.
Yeah, he's terrible. And he says a really disgusting line about his tongue.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, dude. Just get the fuck out. Yeah. Take your briefcase full of money and get the fuck out.
I was wondering what this note was for, but at the end of the scene, I just wrote, "You rat bastard."
Yeah. That's what it was for. But Dae-soo brings himself to his feet and launches himself at the men, only to be kicked back down to the ground. The gang leaves Mi-doo tied up against the wall and Dae-soo writhing on the floor. Mi-doo yells at him, calling him a rotten bastard and asking if he still doesn't trust her.
Yeah, maybe you should have asked before the tying up and the yelling and the just be like, look, Mi-doo, some shit's... What the fuck's going on?
But it did not look good. I'm not saying tie her up, but I'm saying maybe don't go back to her apartment.
It didn't, but she's helping you.
But
she helped you.
I'm sorry, but the webcam thing was pretty bad.
It was
him? Oh, I talk to him every day. For the last 15 years, actually.
It was, but...
Exactly, for 15 years.
Maybe ask a little more. You've been talking to this person this whole time. What's their name? Do you really know who this is?
Yeah.
He was like, oh, I'm going to fucking cut your eyes out.
Yeah,
like,
but she's and he is very interested in you.
Yeah. It did look bad.
It looked very
bad. Which dumpling restaurant you say you're going to? I just want to pop on real quick to tell Evergreen.
He really wanted to know.
Yeah, it was weird.
But Woo-jin and Mr. Han enter his building, the Maxim, being trailed by a business associate who updates them on facts and percentages. We cut to Dae-soo and Mi-doo in a car. Mi-doo sobs as Dae-soo drives until she asks if they really said that they were going to kill her. Dae-soo's honest answer in the affirmative only makes her cry harder, but she asks for further clarification. Because I'm a woman you love? Dae-soo ignores this until Mi-doo calls his name again. When he asks her what, she begins to sing The Face I Miss, their secret signal, time to get it in.
Get it
in. Dae-soo looks over at her.
Well, let's not go the thinner route.
Yeah, let's get somewhere first.
Yeah,
I wrote down because I'm a woman you love situation.
Yeah.
Again, I was like, this is you've been very roller coastery this entire thing.
Yeah.
And really you're gonna say that you're in love? And I'm having all these questions.
Yeah.
But later on, everything's explained.
We talk about that a lot, of these kind of relationships that feel forced because they move so quickly. And yeah, I mean, everything that you want to open your mouth and complain about, it's like, just hold on a second.
Yeah.
Just wait. In the penthouse, Woo-jin showers and Mr. Han looks confused at Mi-doo's emotional and wavering singing as it echoes through the room. They're bugged.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I gotta say, I was like, did he eat? Was one of the dumplings have a bug in it? Like, I was like, how did they?
What is going on?
This was a little confusing.
Yeah. Or maybe the car they're in. I was so confused.
Mi-doo's voice finishes her song as Woo-jin lies on a table and has his heart inspected by a doctor with a stethoscope.
He's like, I really shouldn't have given you that button.
Yeah.
Please don't tell anyone that I did that. I could lose my license. Especially anyone you have like any kind of revenge towards.
Yeah, for sure. Don't tell them.
Tell anyone.
Mr. Han comes over to report that Dae-soo and Mi-doo got a rental car, packed up, and left. Mi-doo even quit her job at the restaurant. Woo-jin tells him that they'll leave when this is done. He presses a button on a remote that lowers the light and plays footage of Dae-soo sitting restlessly in a chair. I'm like, so you just watch this for fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his favorite thing, man.
All right.
He did say I was never bored or lonely watching you for 50. It's like a comfort show.
Yeah. I rewatch Mad Men all the time.
Say, it's like The Simpsons for him.
I fall asleep to it.
He advises Mr. Han to get some rest because he's got insomnia. He asks gently if he really thinks that Mi-do has fallen in love with Dae-soo already. We see her looking over at him in the car, her face streaked with tears. A digital calendar clicks the date from June 30th to July 1st. Mi-do and Dae-soo walk down a hotel hallway. The hotel is bathed in red light, technically making Oldboy a giallo film.
God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're going to breeze right past that. All I wanted to say is that in the hotel, when it's so bathed in red, there is a small green light.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Once in the hotel room, they show each other the flesh in an extended sex scene because if there is one thing that Park Chan-wook does not shy away from, it's extended sex scenes.
I think he likes fucking.
I think he might. Yeah.
What's next?
They're always very well done, though.
They are.
Like, that's
They
something
are.
I think the first time I watched Thirst, I was like, this is actually, like, beautiful instead of just, like,
It's
What
still
you-
horny,
what
but
you usually get in
it's
a horror film?
beautifully horny.
beautifully horny. Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like passion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just, because a lot of American sex scenes, it's very like, they're trying to,
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no more plot, right?
nah.
Nobody's coming to fix the plumbing.
Well,
the
I mean,
they're
TV's
coming.
not broken.
Oh, come
Wow.
off it, man. That's,
Come on.
that's, it's a family show. I was just trying to say that it's,
Cut it out.
what I'm saying is that in American sex scenes, it's very gratuitous.
Yes.
A lot of the
Right.
time.
Yes.
And it's more about the art of it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You look so defeated.
Well, because you guys are gross, dude.
We were saying it was beautiful.
Yeah, and then you said something about fluids.
Anyway, Mi-do becomes more comfortable, telling Dae-soo that she only wants to be good to him. And she is. After they finish, she covers his face with kisses and he tells her not to worry about the future. They sit on the floor in front of the TV and Mi-do smiles as Dae-soo gently and lovingly uses a dryer on her hair. His voiceover tells us that he's thankful for the 15 years that he spent locked away because he wonders if he were still his old self, would Mi-do have liked him this way? This is like the blow drying of the hair. That whole scene was very touching. It was very sweet because we've never seen him that way before.
No. And that's very, for me anyway, that's very intimate.
Very, yes.
We've mostly just seen him punching walls and stuff.
Yeah. Pulling
So-
teeth out.
Yeah.
Fighting gangs,
Yeah,
you know?
bloody rags.
Yeah.
So it was quite nice.
Choi had said that this was the hardest scene for him because he only wanted to be respectful and he just felt very awkward and unsure of anything that he was doing. But he said that Gong Hae-jung was completely unbothered.
All right.
Yeah, so she was very comfortable. And I wanted to point out this score that is playing here is Mi-do's theme. It's called The Last Waltz.
Okay.
They wanted it to be cute and mythical and almost like a lullaby, Park
Okay.
Chan-wook said.
Interesting.
Very.
Yeah.
I would add that it is a little whimsical.
Yes.
I feel like because there's a lot of bleakness to this film, there's a lot of darkness and bleakness that we've already seen, and not that he's reached the end of his journey, but using it here where they've packed up and they've taken off and kind of this moment of like you said, intimacy, it offers a glimmer of hope.
And you notice that this is one of the very few scenes the entire room the color palette is dominated by red.
Yeah.
Because that's her color.
That's
she wears
it.
a lot of red.
Yeah. It feels like they've gotten away from it
yeah.
for now.
It is, and we hear Woo Jin's theme later on, but his theme is also a waltz. And they talked about this use of kind of movement and push and pull, and just the use of waltzes is so genius, I think, because again, it plays to that, this feeling of classical music, bringing out so many emotions and kind of representing a lot of what is going on between these characters through the score.
Right.
And waltzes, I mean, they can be pensive, they can be romantic,
Yes.
Right.
they can be thoughtful, they can be tragic.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what this entire film is.
Yeah.
Yep. But later, as they sleep, thick and familiar-looking gas seeps in from underneath the door.
I knew shit seemed too okay.
Too good. Too good
Yeah.
to be true. This is the other scene where Choi Min-sik said that he fell asleep. And they have footage of them. He's just laying there asleep in the bed. I mean,
Dude, come on.
Did they use real gas? What the
everything that you've put him through, you expect him to lay in a comfy bed and not fucking
No,
go to sleep.
yeah.
Come on, man.
But Woo Jin stands at the foot of their bed wearing a gas mask. He lowers himself to the bed behind Mi-do and softly traces a finger along her side as his heavy breathing echoes in his mask. Mr. Han stands nearby silently.
I know we're friends, man. You gotta stop doing weird shit like this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
honestly,
I told you I'd help you gas them so you can check on them. You didn't tell me you were
no.
gonna go.
You just said the foot of
Yeah.
the bed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just standing there like, come on.
Yeah, he's not down, dude.
Can we
He
please
pays me
just
good. He pays me good.
Can we go back to the penthouse? I didn't want to mention it yet, but now we see that Woo Jin is here. Mr. Han is here. In the hallway, when they're making their way to the room, the walls are kind of Woo Jin's maze-like pattern.
Okay.
So it's like even in this moment where everything is red, where it is giving very much Mi-do, her song, her color, he's still here.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. Everywhere you want to be.
Later, Dae-soo is sitting up in bed, his hair wild. Mi-do sits behind him, and we see that they're both staring at a gift wrapped in purple paper. That shot of them in bed is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But as the wind rustles the drapes of the open window behind them, Mi-do sneezes. I was like, was that?
Yeah.
That looked very real.
I think that was left in.
When Dae-soo removes the lid of the box and reveals Mr. Park's severed hand, his unique ring on one finger, Mi-do faints, collapsing on the ground and taking their shared blanket with her.
I did love the shot of them standing there in the blanket.
Yes.
It was just the silhouette. It's, again, there's so many small iconic moments.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's so many large iconic moments. I know you were saying about overusing the word iconic, but there's really no other word.
No, yeah.
It's like, don't take a shot every time I say it.
Yeah, please don't. Please do not.
And thinking about what you were saying when you guys were saying about the waltz, the way I'm thinking about it is like it's also a dance. It flows everything when you're doing it right and you just watch people dancing. They seem like they're just flowing around the dance floor.
Mm-hmm.
This movie, again, when you do watch it and you know what's coming, it flows perfectly from
Yep.
beginning to end.
And when you think about it as well, with Woo Jin's theme being a waltz too,
Mm-hmm.
he's orchestrating.
Yes.
He's choreographed this entire thing.
Yeah. Whew. Great observations. The next morning, they promptly peel off, leaving the hotel. He says that if they knew that Dae-soo wanted to cut off Mr. Park's hand, it means he put a bug on them. He found them because they were tailing them. He walks into an electronics store and thrusts a handwritten note at the electronics store owner, played by San Kim. "I've been bugged. Please find it."
I love how frantically that's shot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, it is. It
Very.
is.
Yeah.
The owner scans Dae-soo's shoe while Mi-do proposes that maybe Dae-soo was let go so that he could have fun watching him run wild looking for revenge, so that he can toy with him forever.
I'm sorry, but all of this has been very heavily implied.
Yeah.
For them to be surprised at all that he's been bugged is I would assume
that's
that from
cheating.
Yeah. And honestly, it is kind of funny of Woo Jin to be like, he's not going to change his shoes. Those shoes I gave him are fantastic.
Well, he's got a lot on his plate. I don't think
He
clothes
does.
shopping is really on the agenda.
I guess not.
But the owner finds the bug, a chip implanted in the heel of Dae-soo's shoe. In a surveillance van, Woo Jin sits and listens to this, and one of the red lights on his monitor goes out. He smiles. At the internet cafe, Mi-do reads off what the name Evergreen could represent. She reads from a list of businesses and places online. Evergreen Press and Printing System, Evergreen Pasta and Pizza, Evergreen Tree Garden, Evergreen Oldboy's Xzena High School alumni homepage, Evergreen Secret Diary.
I'm going to be honest, one of those seems more important.
But she falls silent when, without a word, Dae-soo and Joo-hwan both come over and stare at the computer screen. They click on a link. The website displays a statue of the Virgin Mary and boasts, "Welcome to Evergreen Oldboys, the Xzena High School alumni homepage." We see the school grounds and a picture of a priest and a nun before it transitions to Dae-soo and Mi-do driving up onto the school grounds.
Another brilliant transition.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In the library, Mi-do talks with the grumpy man working there, asking sweetly to see the records for the class of 79, despite the man telling her that it's time for them to close. Dae-soo sits at a nearby table, and annoyed, the man tells her to turn the lights on because it's dark. He tells them to take their time. This is the commencement of a research scene.
We love it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dae-soo easily finds Woo-jin's school picture and calls Joo-hwan to ask if he knew him. Consulting the book in front of him, he says that he thinks he went to America to study. Joo-hwan doesn't recognize the name, but asks how Dae-soo was able to find this out, and Dae-soo tells him simply that he looked through every photo until he recognized Woo-jin's face. From another book, Mi-do passes him a purple envelope that she found tucked into the spine. I would probably throw up just looking at this envelope.
This it's just so orchestrated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Inside is an advertisement for the Scissorhands salon. Elsewhere, we see Woo-jin smirk. Dae-soo asks if Joo-hwan knew Lee Soo-ah because she was in their year. Joo-hwan does remember her and tells Dae-soo that she died. She was in homeroom 2, Joo-hwan's class. Dae-soo finds her name crossed out in the yearbook and a blank space over her face in the class photo. He asks how she died, and Joo-hwan realizes that all of this happened after Dae-soo was transferred, so he wouldn't know. He says that she went to the Habchun Dam by herself, fell into the river, and drowned. We see this. Lee Soo-ah, played by Yoon Jin-sao, flailing as she falls backwards into the water. Joo-hwan continues, giving the morbid fact that they found her bloated body in the water a week later. Dae-soo asks what Soo-ah was like, and Joo-hwan calls her a total slut, just trying to act like a prude on the outside. For proof, he cites a rumor that she'd been with everyone in school. While he is saying this as loud as he pleases, we pan past the row of computers where he sits and sees that Woo-jin is sitting at a computer in the next row.
I know that he owns this place, but you gotta a little decorum.
It's too much.
It's way too much.
It's too much.
Well, and why is he using the computers on the floor? Shouldn't he have his own?
He was sitting at the desk earlier.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's
But Woo-jin looks upset as Joo-hwan laughs, saying that he should have gotten with her too. He says that she came from a rich family as Woo-jin presses a button to eject a disc. Once it's out, he breaks it apart and stands up. Joo-hwan continues talking loudly to Dae-soo as Woo-jin approaches. He tells Dae-soo, "I know it was a long time ago, but didn't you also?" Before he can finish the thought, Woo-jin attacks him, stabbing him brutally with the shard of the disc. Dae-soo's muffled yelling can be heard, demanding to know what's going on. When he's finished with Joo-hwan, Woo-jin picks up the headset and talks to him. He sets the record straight that his sister was not a slut and that he really wants Dae-soo to know that. He says that since he got rid of all the bugs, he had to come all the way here, and he wants Dae-soo to know that Joo-hwan died because of him. Joo-hwan's weak struggling finally stops, and Woo-jin pries his jacket out of his grasp. Dae-soo screams on the other end of the phone, promising to kill Woo-jin, but Woo-jin just calmly walks away. The digital calendar clicks from July 1st to July 2nd.
So as a seasoned detective, I'm going to go ahead and say this has probably something to do with this system.
Yeah. You're really thinking outside the box here, but I'm going to follow you. I think you might be right.
Very cool.
I think Grissom might be right.
But the way, I mean, he was talking about his sister really bad.
Oh,
he was.
yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't really blame the guy for getting upset and cutting him in the neck a few times. I mean,
just a few
A
times.
few times.
Yeah.
Like maybe one too far.
Yeah.
We see Woo Jin in his home doing yoga, achieving an incredibly impressive locust position. Laying on his chest, he lifts his legs high up into the air behind him. The score drowns the sound of Dae-soo screaming and cursing in his car as he drives with Mi-do in the passenger seat. He hits the roof and cries out in his grief. Back in his penthouse, tears pour from Woo Jin's eyes.
I did see in a featurette that Yu wanted to attempt this pose on his own, but it was very strenuous and next to impossible.
Yes.
And so it was accomplished with the use of wires. But everybody asks him all the time, they're like, how did you do that?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, you know, a lot of practice. Take your vitamins. And
I wanted to talk about the score here because this is Woo Jin's theme. It's called Cries and Whispers. And this was another point of contention when they were doing the score or really scoring the film because they were arguing over when this should end. And so the way that it ended up, and I think it's brilliant, it goes past the murder, past Dae-soo, his anger and his rage and his grief, all the way up, and it doesn't stop until we see Woo Jin crying, achieving this position. And I think it's really effective, especially since what we've seen of Woo Jin, like finally seeing some of that anger and some of the sadness creep through. It's really effective. But again, this is another waltz, but it is a very sad one.
Yeah.
And they talked a lot about wanting it to, you know, the back and forth movement and rotation of the waltz. It's really effective.
yeah. And I will say, when the scene cuts into this apartment and you see him doing this yoga, the camera presses in and we do see a French press on his coffee table. So I was already starting to feel sympathy for him. He can't be all bad.
For this Mr. Vengeance. I wanted just one more thing. The murder itself. Well, it wasn't an actual murder, obviously, but Yu-ji Tae said that they got this in the second take, him
Wow.
stabbing him, and that they show in the documentary footage, they show them going outside afterwards, and Ji Dae-han, the actor that plays Ju-hwan, he takes his shirt off and he is bruised and red and swollen just from them doing those two takes.
God
Damn.
damn.
So he went to town.
Yeah.
But at a dentist office, dental nurse, played by Mimi Lee, vacuums the floor. When Dae-soo and Mi-do come in, she tells them that they're not open yet. But Dae-soo presents the business card given to him by Mr. Park and tells her that a man that got 6 gold teeth here recommended this place. The next time we see the nurse, she is tied up and silenced in the chair. Looking through the records at the office, Dae-soo has found Mr. Park's phone number and calls him. They meet up with him in a room similar to the one that Dae-soo was held in. Mr. Park tells Dae-soo that he had to move because of him, and pointing at the TV with his new prosthetic hand, he says that he got new TVs to celebrate.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Good for him.
Yeah, you gotta give, find the good
Yeah.
in every situation.
Well, listening to this, I just realized what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we'll talk.
Yeah.
He asks if Dae-soo likes it, saying that it's exciting to have so many channels. Some people refuse to even leave. Mi-do asks...
That's great.
Yeah. I was like, shut up. Mi-do asks if he really lived in a room like this for 15 years. And Dae-soo says that he got used to it after 11.
Oh, good.
Yeah. When he tries to offer Mr. Park money, Mr. Park refuses. He tells Dae-soo that the money isn't necessary. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Dae-soo hands him his ring, and Mi-do tells him regretfully that they had to throw away his hand because it was rotting. Mr. Park is moved to tears, saying that his wife will be so happy. We see members of his gang standing around the room, and our view finally settles on Mi-do, who wants to know why she was brought here. We immediately cut to Mr. Park and his men leading a blindfolded Dae-soo down a hallway. Mi-do screams and bangs on the door behind them. Dae-soo tells them that if he doesn't return after July 5th to let her go. He says that he remembers someone visiting him in his room and asks what they did. Mr. Park admits to visiting him 3 times to put hypnosis-inducing drugs in his water. When Dae-soo asks if it was sodium barbiturate, Mr. Park giggles, confirming that the TV man knows it all. The calendar clicks forward from July 2nd to July 3rd. Dae-soo walks from the rain outside into the Scissorhands salon. A woman stares back at him, and he holds the ad that was in the envelope out to her. She raises a finger and takes in air to speak. We cut to Dae-soo sitting with the green shower cap on. Again, I know the use of green is haunting, but this was hilarious.
It was. I did think it was symbolic of him always being on his mind, though.
Oh,
okay.
Very good. The woman tells him that it's nonsense. Even though it was a Catholic school, Soo-ah wouldn't have taken her life over rumors. There has to be another reason. Maybe she was pregnant. She makes it clear that she doesn't believe the rumors about her anyway. She thinks there was only one guy that she was going with. Who was the guy? She laughs, saying that she doesn't know. She picks up the phone and calls someone named Chun Shem. She confirms that Chun Shem knew Soo-ah and asks who her boyfriend was. Chun Shem doesn't know either, so she tells her to shut the hell up and wonders what they would know about friendship. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Dae-soo is staring at the woman's knees the whole time she's talking, but his attention is brought back when she hears her say the name Ju-won. After she gets the rest of the tea, she tells Chun Shem that she'll call her back. She turns back to Dae-soo and says that Chun Shem said that Ju-won told her all about it and that Dae-soo is the one that would know best.
So, putting it all together in this moment.
Yeah.
What it sounds like, especially when you piece together everything we've heard so far. Ju-won saying that Dae-soo slept with like 260 women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got Woo-jin saying that Dae-soo doesn't know how to protect women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you have basically this conversation of saying that she was pregnant. And then also Ju-won was like, well, didn't you also?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
so
Yes.
everything putting it together, it's like, okay, so when they were younger, Dae-soo slept with Woo-jin's sister,
Yes.
Yeah.
got her pregnant. It led to this tragedy.
Yes.
That's why everything's happening.
Mhm.
Yeah. That is that I noticed it, but because I had watched it previous, you know what I mean? But yeah, if you didn't, like you're saying, all of that leads up
Yep.
to that.
Yeah, and it makes it all the seeds have been planted.
Yeah.
And
All
so
right.
for what?
Yeah.
There is no guessing.
Yeah.
Hold on to your butts. The bell over the door rings and a woman steps inside with a bright pink umbrella. She closes it and shakes off the water droplets, and once again, Dae-soo's attention is brought to her knees. The bell rings again and it mingles with the bell of a bike. Dae-soo watches in a memory as Soo-ah rides a bike. We see her knees moving up and down as she uses the pedals. We see her smiling face. Dae-soo's voice warns that you'll get hurt if you hesitate. As she rides past, ringing the bell on her bike, young Oh Dae-soo, played by Oh Tae-kyung, hangs upside down from the monkey bars.
Very convenient that he wears his name on his shirt.
Yeah.
It's a Catholic school. I don't know if
I don't
that's
know either. Yeah, I was like, what?
They all wear name tags. I don't know.
Then that answers my, because I was going to ask, because I had forgot, they did say that earlier, but
Yeah.
I was like, so is it military or Catholic school because of the name?
Yeah.
But that's right. They did say that.
Mm-hmm.
He lights a cigarette as he swings slightly back and forth and watches Soo-ah ride her bike. A nun, played by Jung-ae Kwak, chastises Dae-soo, telling him to put it out. He only responds that he's transferring to Seoul today. He takes another defiant drag before telling her to butt out. The nun smacks him in the face with her book before walking away. He had it coming.
He did.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, you can't do anything about what I said.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I can't do anything about
He's leaving.
About the
That's
assault. Soo-ah comes over and parks her bike before sitting on a bench next to where Dae-soo hangs. He clumsily falls onto the ground before trying to casually walk over to her. And also call him Ranch because he be dressing. That fit was everything.
Is that the uniform?
I don't know. I don't think so because nobody else is dressed like that.
No, he's like, I chose this.
Yeah.
And I got my name monogrammed. And
Suwa starts to read a book, but Dae-soo makes a show of unbuttoning his shirt, dropping his cigarette on the ground, and spitting on it.
You know, it's interesting as well because it's kind of like zebra patterned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And, you know, they say, no, that's not zebras. That's tigers.
Well, but zebras also can't change their stripes.
Okay, because I'm like, you know, he's talking a lot about the old Dae-soo.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to be poetic here.
He makes his way to a set of parallel bars, almost catching himself in the face before he starts swinging on them.
That was so funny. I was like, this dude. I get you're trying to impress.
He's trying
the
to
lady,
show out.
but yeah.
But this is very like reminiscent of when he banged his head in
Yes.
Midu's apartment.
Yeah.
Again, a zebra can't change.
Yeah, as a fellow clumsy, you know, I respect it. This catches Sua's attention and she smiles. She asks him if he's Dae-soo and he immediately sits down next to her. Wiping sand from his face, she says that she's heard he's popular with the girls. He chalks this up to rumors, but she has also heard that he's really funny. She tells him to say something funny.
You put
Don't
me,
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not fair at all.
I'm situationally funny at best.
Right. Oh, you're a comedian.
Yeah.
Right. Tell me a fucking joke. Yeah. It's like, oh, never mind.
Comedy
dude.
doesn't work like that.
Dae-soo says that being stuck with one image isn't healthy, but that doesn't stop him. He lights another cigarette, offering one to her, but she politely declines. He starts with a joke. A father and son go to a public bath, but suddenly, Suwa consults her watch and rushes away, saying that she has to go. It's probably a good thing that he didn't, because any joke that starts like that.
Yeah. It is a good thing that he didn't get to tell it, but I will say that where we all know this joke is going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dae-soo now watches his younger self go into a classroom and write the words, "Take care, homeroom 3 fuckheads," across the blackboard.
All right.
He smiles at his handiwork before throwing the chalk away, but he catches another boy running outside when he looks down through the window. Dae-soo and his younger self both race to follow the boy, going up and down stairs in this maze of a school.
Everything about this sequence is visually arresting.
Yeah.
It is, and I think it's really representative of like when you're trying really hard to remember something.
Mm-hmm. That's for me. That's what I was like. Oh, he's trying to remember, but you can't.
Yeah.
Because I can try to remember school when I was young and go, but like I know I'm not remembering everything the way it was.
Yeah.
It is. It's watching him piece it together.
Yeah.
Finally, he finds the boy in a classroom, but he stays outside and peers through a hole that's been broken in the window. The boy, Young Woo Jin, played by Yoo Yeon Sok, snaps photos of Suwa. He tries to get her to raise her dress, but she refuses. Finally, things escalate and he goes over to her. She lets him pull her underwear down, but stops him when he tries to unbutton her dress. Eventually, she not only lets him, but joins him in opening her dress and exposing her breasts. When he starts, Tom Atkinsing
Yes,
them. I don't know another decorum
No, yeah,
adjacent way to describe it.
that was my joke. He has the same agent as Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you're doing your best.
Yeah.
I'm doing, this is a lot. But she takes a mirror out of her bag and watches him. Then she watches herself. Then she turns the mirror around the room and catches Dae-soo watching them. The boy turns.
The mirror was purple, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. I think. Oh, yeah.
right.
Later, young Ju-won, played by Woo Il-han, helps Dae-soo gather his things to leave. Dae-soo has let his friend in on the tea. Abruptly, Ju-won tells Dae-soo that he'll see him if he ever goes to Seoul and walks away, saying that he's got a date with Chun Shim.
Mm-hmm.
Dae-soo calls after him that he's dead meat if he tells anyone.
I will say it's interesting. He said that Suwa had a red bike.
Yeah.
So the color, you know?
Yeah.
I thought that was odd. I will say, though, and again, it's something that I thought of as a complaint during this moment.
Yeah.
Gets explained later, of course.
Right.
But I was like, really? Dae-soo's sitting in this hair salon? He's like, oh, yeah, the most taboo thing I ever fucking
Yeah.
I've ever seen in my fucking life. Oh, yeah, maybe there would be some heartburn over this getting out.
Yeah.
It was also moving day. There was a lot going on.
Maybe 15 years worth of revenge and heartburn could have been caused by this ridiculously taboo thing that I saw one time that I just forgot until now. Interesting.
We hear Me-Do saying that there's no way he couldn't have gotten locked up for 15 years just for saying that. Dae-soo walks back to his car and the calendar clicks from July 4th to July 5th, which, reminder, that's the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Dae-soo's voice repeats, be it a grain of sand or a rock in the water, they sink the same. This is such an interesting, I don't know, phrase thing to say, because it's like no matter what you feel like your contribution to something was, it still ended up happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're still culpable, responsible, fill in the blank.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I took it to mean.
I understand that, but I will say that I don't think that the blame really rests on Dae-soo.
I told John Paul that the other day because I was like, okay, you see some shit like that, there's no way you're not telling your bestie. Like there's no way. There's no way. There's no fucking way.
Yeah.
But bestie does not need to go tell everyone. You know what I mean?
No,
So I know that Ju-won, I'm not saying that he deserved to get brutally stabbed, but I don't like the way he talks about women, and he has a big fucking mouth.
He does.
Yeah.
No,
He
but
should have been in the room right next to Dae-soo.
He should have been, but all I'm saying is that the blame kind of rests on Woo Jin and Soo-ah. I mean, we're neglecting.
Well, yeah.
I'm looking at it through Woo Jin's perspective.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be like, we really shouldn't have been doing that.
In retrospect.
He's going to look at it as this person caused a chain of events that led to a horrible, horrible tragedy.
Right.
So, I guess it started with Dae-soo. I guess he's the one that let it out of the bag, but Ju-won really carried the ball over the finish line.
Oh, he did.
And I feel like
he did.
I don't want to say he got off scot-free, but if he wasn't openly talking shit about Soo-ah, would that have happened to him? They were not.
Yeah,
Woo Jin was
no.
not fucking with him at all.
That is true.
That is, there's enough blame to go around.
No, yeah. That's what kind of makes it hard because everybody has blame for something.
Absolutely.
But that again shows well-written characters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
if you can see from the perspective of him to say this is the catalyst of all of it,
Yeah.
I understand.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying most villains don't think that they're the villain.
Right.
No, and that's what makes a compelling villain.
Yes. And even as this goes on, Woo Jin never acknowledges or feels that what they were doing was wrong.
No.
Never.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in his point of view, I guess Dae-soo is the root, but it wasn't a malicious, oh my God, you're never going to guess,
Yeah.
And he was like, he literally said, don't tell anyone.
I know there's a lot of not great people, but Woo Jin's apartment is fucking top notch.
It is.
I
The
was
penthouse,
like,
yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
He's got impeccable taste in
Yes.
clothes and apartments.
And the
Yeah.
shower. Oh my God.
Yeah,
but
no.
not in behavior.
No. The behavior, you take that
He
somewhere
can take
else.
that outside. But the apartment's great.
Yes. But now in the room with Me-Do, he says that this is what Woo Jin believes. The quote about the sinking the same. Me-Do asks what's so significant about July 5th, and he answers that that's the day Soo-ah died. She says that it's over then. He said himself that this wasn't about vengeance. It was about finding out why. She asks if now they can run away where they'll never be found. But Dae-soo says that he can't end it like this. The vengeance has become a part of him now. And I can't help but wonder... Shout out to Gary Bradshaw. I can't help but wonder
Wow.
what would if he just was satisfied with finding out the why and they just left.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Revenge is it's poison.
It is, but it'll also eat you from the inside.
Well, I mean it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Well, the saying is if you go on a quest for revenge, dig 2 graves.
I mean, facts for everyone involved.
Mm-hmm.
But Dae-soo stands and changes his clothes. Me-Do points out that he doesn't even know where he lives. But Dae-soo's voiceover takes over, like a gazelle from the hand of the hunter, like a bird from the snare of the fowler. Free yourself. He says that's from Proverbs chapter 6, verse 4. And that Proverbs is another word for Maxim, the building of Woojin's penthouse.
And he thought of everything.
Yeah. Evergreen also said that he lives in a high tower. Remember, he was like a prince, whatever.
Yeah.
Chapter 6 and verse 4 could mean the floor numbers. Now we're leaving the room that Me Do is being kept in. And I wanted to point out the production designer said that they made the walls kind of in the pattern of snowflakes to represent hope. Okay. And there is a praying picture of a young girl hung above the bed. A little girl is praying.
Yeah, you do see that.
But Dae-soo walks quickly into the Maxim and gets on the elevator, wondering what it could mean. The 4th floor or the 6th floor or the 64th floor. He scans the buttons on the elevator and presses the P for penthouse. Back in the room, Mi-do hugs him tight before he leaves. She asks him what he'd like for her to pray for. In the elevator, Dae-soo punches in numbers, but his access is denied. He hits the 4 and the 6 together. Wrong.
I just love anybody else trying to use the elevator. He's like, I'm going to be here for a while.
Yeah.
Take the next
go
one.
around.
Yeah.
Go around.
In the room, he holds Mi-do close and tells her, "Dear God, please let me meet a younger man next time." Mi-do can't help but laugh. The doors open on the elevator next to the one Dae-soo stands in, and a group of people get off, glancing over at him. He stands, still pondering the code for the penthouse. Mr. Han and Woojin casually walk up and get on the elevator with him. Mr. Han punches in the code, 0604. I'd be like, God damn it.
It was that simple?
Yeah.
How embarrassing. He's like, we were tired of watching you struggle.
Yeah.
Just move. The doors close and the elevator begins its ascent. Mr. Han hands something wrapped in newspaper to Woojin, and Woojin opens it up. Back in the room, tears streaming down her face, Mi-do begins her prayer. She begs God to please make Lee Woojin kneel down to Oh Dae-soo and beg him for mercy. In the elevator, Woojin removes a gun from the newspaper before wrapping it back up and slipping it into his pocket. Bravely, Dae-soo levels Woojin with the accusation, "You slept with your sister." Coolly, Woojin is like, "We'll talk upstairs."
Mr. Han's like, what the
Like, what in the Lannister?
You didn't tell me.
Yeah. It's like first to bed, now the dude.
Yeah, I quit, dude. I'm putting in my 2 weeks.
My notice of resignation. But we see Dae-soo leave Mi-do in the room as she sobs. Now, Dae-soo follows Woojin and Mr. Han into the penthouse. Woojin's bodyguards, played by Yoo Jin-yul and Mung Sun-bok, are on standby, and Woojin immediately tells them, "Sick 'em."
Dude, no. I'm honestly pretty pissed off.
Just no.
Yeah, you got this far.
Yeah.
He's like, now fight 2 more guys.
Well, there's everything leading up to the boss fight.
Yeah, but haven't I already done enough? You were there for the elevator.
The hallway? Yeah.
Or the hallway, yeah. And the elevator.
They lunge for Dae-soo, but thinking quickly, he takes a toothbrush from a cup and breaks it in half, using the newly sharp end to attack the men.
I love how they showed him procuring this in the apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or the hotel torture palace.
Whatever.
Yeah. Because they kept showing it. I'm like, why are they showing these toothbrushes? And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, wow.
The hotel torture palace.
Whatever, dude. It's a lot of things.
He makes short work of them, even dragging one through one of the pools built into the floor. He runs to Mr. Han with his fist raised, but freezes. Mr. Han only grins at him and invites him to talk this out. He drags the bodies of the bodyguards out of the way as Woojin hums, casually taking a shower. And I believe he's humming his own theme, his own waltz.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool.
Yes. In the hallway, we see someone held captive in one of the rooms being served a meal through a slot. Woojin steps out of the shower, ass naked, and struts across the room. Dae-soo once again accuses him of sleeping with his own sister, but Woojin just comments on how refreshing his shower was. He walks over to an area that automatically opens itself up to him as a walk-in closet. His penthouse is fucking wild.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what do you have to complain about?
Yeah.
Revenge for what?
Yeah, man.
The best revenge is living well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You've gotten
You've done it.
revenge. Dae-soo admits that he did start the rumors after Woo-jin slept with his sister, and that's why she took her own life. Woo-jin comes out in underwear and stands in front of a full-length mirror. Through it, he looks at Dae-soo's reflection behind his and says that looking in a mirror reminds him of that day. He wonders if the same is true for him.
So this was very surprising to learn in a featurette.
Mm-hmm.
This shot, usually when you see a shot like this where there's a focus in the background and in the foreground,
Yeah.
it's a split diopter shot. We see them with Brian De Palma all the time.
Yeah.
But this was accomplished with visual effects.
Huh.
Really?
They have Woo Jin standing in front of a mirror and there's a blue screen behind him. Then they shoot Dae-soo's scenes and they just splice them together.
It's so well
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, I never would have guessed.
I thought they did it by just, all right, action.
That's
You
it.
come
Yeah.
closer.
Because it looks fucking flawless.
It
It
does.
is good.
You would never guess.
Mm-mm. But Dae-soo only tells him how unfair it was for him to erase his memory and then tell him to find it. He tells him that he did win, though, and we zoom in tight on his face as he tells Woo-jin to die like he promised to. Woo-jin challenges him, asking if he really thinks that the real reason he couldn't remember that day is because he was hypnotized. We see Mi-do in her room, sitting on her bed and praying silently. Woo-jin turns to face Dae-soo as he gets dressed in a fresh suit and offers to tell him the real reason that he couldn't remember. He tells him flatly, he just forgot. He asks if that's disappointing, but insists that it's the truth. Dae-soo forgot because it wasn't his business. He says that the rumors swirled to a point where people were saying Soo-ah was pregnant. He buttons his shirt and slides his belt through the loops as he continues. Soo-ah herself even began to believe the rumors to the point where she started showing symptoms of pregnancy. He asks if Dae-soo can understand and think about the girl who is pregnant with her baby that is also her nephew. He tells him, "Your tongue got my sister pregnant." Not him. It was Dae.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna get an email. It was Dae-soo's tongue.
And then you remember, he talks too much.
Yeah. And this is so like, I feel like everything that is coming later, because it is a bomb that does not stop exploding, it's kind of lost here. How Dae-soo opening his mouth and saying one thing to one person before he just moves on and carries on with his life destroyed a family, destroyed a person, at least.
Yeah.
And altered the life of somebody else.
Yeah.
And so it is such like a reminder of be mindful of the shit that you say, because you just don't know. That it's like you just fucking forgot. That had nothing to do with me.
I think that's what it was for me. Was
Yes.
like it wasn't that important, but you still said something. And
Yeah.
you still whatever. Then fucking went on and lived your life and
Yes.
did whatever.
Yeah.
It's kind of terrifying.
And nothing was the same for us ever again.
Yeah.
But it was enough that it was so insignificant that you fucking forgot about
Yeah.
it. Like that is haunting and very overlooked because
Of everything.
holy
Yeah.
shit. But holding up a framed photo of Soo-ah, Dae-soo asks if that's why he killed her, saying that instead, he's thinking of the boy about to father a child who is also his nephew. Woo-jin begins to chuckle as Dae-soo ventures that he must have been afraid, so he killed Soo-ah, and he must have been so angry with Dae-soo when he realized after he'd done it that she wasn't actually pregnant. This he understands. Woo-jin busts out laughing at this, but Dae-soo takes another framed photo of Soo-ah off the wall. She's standing at the dam. Dae-soo says that everyone thinks Soo-ah was at the dam alone the day she died. If she was, who took this picture? And it is really saying something how sparse and kind of cold this penthouse is, but these are the pictures that are hung up.
Yeah.
Not just pictures of Soo-ah, but pictures of Soo-ah from that day.
Mm-hmm.
It's tunnel vision.
Yeah.
And I did love how he's like, everybody says, but it was like, Chu wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was one person.
also points out the date on the photo, July 5th. Woo-jin says that this is no fun. He smiles and tells Dae-soo to just listen to the story he was telling because it's really fun.
I think the photo probably would have been a better reveal of the July 5th date.
Yeah.
Instead of him just saying, oh, it's the day that she...
Right. Fair enough. We see Mi-do changing her clothes in the room for a moment as Woo-jin begins his story. He explains post-hypnotic suggestion, which Dae-soo did ask him about on the phone.
He did.
You suggest something during hypnosis and then it's acted out in the awakened state. He asked Dae-soo if he still doesn't get it. He repeats what he told Mi-do. You bring a complete stranger into your home. Who are you? We hear Mi-do's screamed answer back. Who are you, you rotten bastard? We see Mi-do working at the restaurant and speaking to a woman, Miss Yu.
Man.
What?
It's already spiraling.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, they sit talking and laughing. Woo-jin says that they hypnotized both of them and were lucky to find that they were both highly receptive to hypnosis. We see a swinging pendulum and Miss Yu's lips moving as she hypnotizes both Mi-do and Dae-soo separately. Woo-jin asks, isn't it fun? One word gets you pregnant. One word gets you in love. As he puts on his tie, he says that it doesn't matter how receptive you are or how talented Miss Yu is. Getting people to fall in love is difficult. He asks, do you know what we did? We see Dae-soo and Mi-do meeting as she slices fish behind the counter of the restaurant. This is split screen with Woo-jin's smiling face, who tells Dae-soo that his first instruction was to go to the restaurant after he was released. Then to react to a song playing on his phone. When he hears that, he's supposed to say something specific. Dae-soo lifts the phone and he does. Who are you? His face making up half of Dae-soo's in the split screen, Woo-jin holds up his fingers and a mock phone to his ear and responds, do you like your clothes? As we watch Mi-do place her hand over Dae-soo's, Woo-jin reveals that she was instructed to perform that action after she heard a man say those words. When she grabs his hand, his reaction was, of course, and we see Dae-soo pass out in his plate.
So in that moment at the beginning of the film, it's like, well, yeah, he's been through a lot, of course.
Yeah.
You don't even think to connect these
Not
things.
at all.
It is great though, seeing everything happen and then you're like, oh fuck. Oh my God. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Cause like I know you mentioned it earlier, T, that there are things that just kind of are throwaway stuff. And then not that any of this is, but once this is all explained, my mind was fucking blown.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the complaints from earlier of really they're falling in love.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Really, they're falling in love.
Yeah.
As he gets cufflinks from a drawer, Woo-jin continues that Dae-soo's mistake wasn't failing to find the answer. He could never find the right answer if he keeps asking the wrong questions. It's not, why did Lee Woo-jin lock me up? It's, why did he let me go? He asks again why he would release Dae-soo after 15 years. He steps out of the closet dressed smartly and it closes itself back up. He shines the light of a green laser pointer onto Dae-soo's face before trailing it across the room. He goes over glasses, over Mr. Han, over a projector, and finally onto a box wrapped in extravagant purple paper. He breathes heavily and smiles as he shakes the green dot over the box until Dae-soo walks over to it. He takes scissors from a cup nearby and opens the box. Before we look inside, we see Mi-do in the room smiling at something in front of her. Something white and feathered.
Mm-hmm.
I'm losing my mind.
And then don't shine that in my eye, man. Watch out with the laser.
Yeah.
He's pointing it everywhere. It's like, calm
Come on,
down.
man.
Yeah.
On top of everything else.
I think it's the sheer giddiness
Yeah.
Yes.
of
Because
Woo-jin.
he's been waiting over 15 years because
Yeah.
15 years was just him in prison.
Mm-hmm.
He still had to graduate school, grow up, get married, have a child, sleep with 260 women.
Yeah.
Inside is a photo album.
That was taken.
Yes.
Mhm.
When Dae-soo flips it open, he sees a picture of himself, his wife, and their baby girl, Yen-hee. He closes his eyes against the grief and pain and forces himself to continue flipping through. One picture of his wife and baby, one of his baby crawling on a deck, one of her being fed, her playing outside. As the pictures progress, she gets older and older, eventually school-aged and posing with her friends, eventually even older, until we see pictures of her walking down the street with Dae-soo. We see her asleep on the floor after tending to Dae-soo's wounds as he sits listening to the tape. We see a close-up of her smiling face. Once he reaches the end of the photo album, he's met with a glossy surface and faced with his own confounded reflection as he struggles with the truth that's been presented to him. His lost daughter, Yen-hee, is the woman he has fallen in love with, Mi-do. Underneath his reflection, written in red, are the words, "Laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and you will weep alone." In her room, Mi-do wears a pair of angel wings, the gift from her birthday 15 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
She shakes her shoulders, making them flutter, but her attention is drawn to the doorway when Mr. Park enters with a smile. This is so much to unpack. And I can say now, when they were casting for Mi-do, Park Chan-wook said that he needed a duality of her being this beautiful woman and her also being able to be seen as a baby, as a child. Because when you cut back to her in the room and she's playing with those wings, that is a little girl.
Mm-hmm. It's, you are left speechless.
Yeah. It's a lot.
It's so much.
It was very like, wow, dude, you were upset.
You were really hurt by this.
You really don't like me, do you?
Wow, you hate me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, please be lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. He's not.
No, he
No.
wasn't.
It's horrible. It's terrible. But in the penthouse, Dae-soo screams in misery and hatred as he grabs the scissors and sprints for Woo-jin. But Mr. Han steps in his way and throws him into a glass case, shattering it. He's thrown through several cases.
Yeah.
Before being thrown into the window. Serene piano plays over this supreme ass beating, and Dae-soo crashes to the ground. The window splinters and shatters. Glass rains down on Dae-soo and the wind blows through his hair. This is when I was like, when did you have time for a fucking silk press? But then I was like, oh my God, he was at the salon.
Yeah.
She did great.
Yeah.
His hair looks amazing in this scene.
I don't think that's what we're focusing on.
His face streaked with blood, he grins up at Mr. Han as he rises to his feet. He's able to get one hit in, but Mr. Han kicks him back down. Woo-jin watches all of this from across the room. Mr. Han suddenly looks confused. He turns his head slightly and blood begins to pour from his ear. He looks down at the scissors in Dae-soo's hand and sees that they are bloody. Dae-soo didn't hit him. He stabbed him in the ear. Mr. Han blinks furiously and shakes as he tries to regain his composure. Suddenly, he and Dae-soo are fighting again, and Mr. Han is trying to drive the sharp end of the scissors into Dae-soo's throat. Woo-jin calls Mr. Han repeatedly in a calm tone, but Mr. Han is no longer capable of hearing him. Woo-jin walks over to him, and before Mr. Han can even turn around or realize what's happening, Woo-jin shoots him in the back of the head. His body hits the ground, blood pooling around his head, and Dae-soo falls with him. Woo-jin blinks against the blood that splattered into his eye before wiping it and smearing it around his face. He walks past Dae-soo, who catches his breath and stumbles to his feet. As Woo-jin washes his face in the pool, Dae-soo asks if Mi-do knows. Woo-jin asks why he would think to leave her with Mr. Park. He asks if he really thinks he would hate him just because he cut his hand off. Didn't he ever stop to think that maybe this could be a trap? He clicks his tongue and asks, how can you protect a woman with that brain of yours? He says he's been protecting Mi-do since she was 3 years old. What about him? He calls Dae-soo an imbecile. Mr. Park was telling the truth about moving, but only because Woo Jin gave him that apartment building as payment for taking his hand.
I swear to God.
Yeah.
And I will say, in all fairness, I understand Dae-soo being like, look, he took his hand, let's go talk. There's no telling that he's like...
Not at all.
No.
After everything that he's already done, after everything you've done to him?
Yeah.
Really?
The fact that he got all those teeth pulled and didn't run away, like he's still a part of this operation.
Yeah.
This man, I don't think has boundaries. In Mi-doo's room, Mr. Park's phone rings. He answers it and hands it immediately to Mi-doo. She sobs Dae-soo's name. She tells him that there's a purple box here with the same wrapping as before and that Mr. Park is telling her to open it. Dae-soo screams at her, "No!" His hand shaking, he pleads with her not to open the box no matter what. If she opens it, something terrible will happen. But Mi-doo is like, "What's in the box?" She presumes that he already knows. Calling her his sweet pea, he tells her to just wait a little longer because he'll be there very soon. I know that a lot has happened since the conversation in the phone booth, but this is exactly what he says to her in the phone booth.
That is...
When she's his
Yeah.
3-year-old baby. This turns your stomach and breaks your fucking heart at the same time. Mi-doo sobs, asking him to just come now because she's scared. Dae-soo just tells her to wait for her, and he tells her she's a good girl when she doesn't protest. He says that he'll call her very soon, and he hangs up. He falls to his knees in front of Woo Jin and begs him not to tell Mi-doo, which is the exact opposite of what Mi-doo prayed for.
Yeah.
He says that she's done nothing wrong. This was all his fault. He admits to committing a terrible sin against his sister and that he was wrong to him as well. He begs on his knees with his hands clasped in front of him for Woo Jin to just leave Mi-doo alone. He says that if she finds out the truth, no one will be able to trace any of Woo Jin's body from the top of his head to the tips of his toes because he's going to chew up every last bit. He really needs to work on his apologies because
Yeah.
this is not...
It's not helping.
Yeah, it feels more like a threat. Oh, really?
He crawls over to Woo Jin and holds onto his leg, begging forgiveness for saying that and asking him to forget it. He begs him, calling him sir and boss, and imploring him to remember that they're evergreen old boys. He starts to sing the school song until he breaks down and sobs.
There's you left for Seoul.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't graduate
He
here.
didn't even graduate with us. He grabs onto him again, vowing to do whatever Woo Jin wants. He'll be his dog if he wants him to. He announces that he's Woo Jin's dog from now on. He's his puppy. He crawls around on the floor barking, wagging his tail, insisting that he's his slave dog. He writhes on the floor, sobbing, barking, licking Woo Jin's shoe. Woo Jin is holding a purple handkerchief to his face to stifle his laughter.
Well, he's like, I didn't ask you to do any of that.
Yeah. Chill.
That was
No.
all
Yeah.
you. And it's very specific, too.
Yeah.
I never asked for any of this.
No.
This is, even after what we've learned, even after the horrible things that we have seen, this was difficult to watch.
It was.
The way that he is begging and frantic and desperate. It was literally hard to watch.
I will say I did read in an article in the Hollywood Reporter, Chung Hoon Chun shot this scene. He had 2 cameras set up. One of them was to follow the storyboards exactly as they planned, and another one was handheld by himself on Choi.
Okay.
And so the thing is that Choi actually improvised the majority of this. And he had said in the interview that he went to such extremes that the crew asked him to stop.
Oh my God.
Well, it's like, okay, dude, I get it. It's
Yeah.
like, please stop.
It's so hard to look at. Like, I can't imagine being there and watching him do this in person.
Yeah.
Chung said that he was gasping and he was breathing so much that he had to alert the sound technicians. They're like, you're going to have to remove a lot of me
Yeah.
from these
That
shots.
Chung was?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
I just wanted to piggyback on how much of this was just Choi embodying Dae-soo and doing this. It is, and the song that he sings is like a variation of his school song. So he's just like pulling from, I mean, I don't,
Yeah.
it's hard. It's difficult. And it only gets worse. Because to prove that he will do anything, Dae-soo snatches up the scissors. He grasps his tongue with another purple handkerchief and cuts his fucking tongue off.
It's poetic.
It's so poetic that he's using Woojin's handkerchief to hold his tongue that offended him and hurt him so severely. I don't even know what to say.
It for me, it was the attention to the blood coming out of his mouth, him throwing up in the pool, and I was like, God damn, that hurt my tongue.
Yeah,
yes.
I was like, I know that's not real, but God damn,
it's another one of those things where we don't see it.
No, but you
feel it.
You don't need to. But like you said, Dae-soo spits blood into the pool before crawling over to the phone dropped at Woojin's feet. Woojin stands stiffly as Dae-soo forces the phone into his hand and points at it. He gurgles on his own blood as Woojin finally kneels down next to him. He shoves the handkerchief into Dae-soo's mouth. Woojin raises the phone to his ear and calmly says, "The box, leave it closed." Dae-soo sobs in relief. But Woojin lowers his head next to Dae-soo's and asks him, "Now what joy will I live for?"
Which is what he...
Yeah.
I watched on that featurette too. It made me a little emotional because they were at the wrap party once they finished. And Park Chan-wook is opening champagne and they're all happy. And it really seemed like this crew was so close and worked so well together. But Park Chan-wook turns to the camera and says, "Now what joy will I live for?"
Wow.
And I was like, oh, God.
Well, wait.
Oldboy 2.
Yeah.
We'll do whatever you want. We'll be your dog. But yeah, it got me right in the heart. But we pan over to see that Woojin is holding a gun against Dae-soo's temple. Dae-soo closes his eyes, shaking fiercely and accepting his fate. But Woojin lowers his hand. He stands up, the remote to stop his heart falling onto the ground as he does. He starts to walk away toward his elevator, and Dae-soo snatches the remote up. He opens it and aims it at Woojin's back. As the elevator doors open, Dae-soo presses the button. Woojin has a smug smile on his face as the remote does not stop his heart, but initiates a playback of the audio from when Dae-soo and Me-do were making it sweet.
I swear, he's like, you thought a doctor would really? You guys are really going after it. Well, I'll see you later.
It's the opposite of erasing your memory. It's making you remember.
God, it's so bad.
It was such a long game con, and it's again, you could have just let this go, dude, but you needed to get that last piece of revenge. Now look what's going on.
Well,
I swear.
But I mean, think about it. He gave him the thing and he's like, let's see what he's gonna do.
Yep.
And he
So I'm
still
gonna punish him one more time.
Yeah.
Such a petty bitch move. Such a, like, this is the pettiest thing that Woojin has ever done.
Of all, yeah, honestly.
Hey, it was either that or die.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, you were lying. Like, you set this up way back then.
Well,
But Dae-soo continues pressing the button until he freezes when he realizes what he's listening to. Woojin turns to him and the two lock eyes. Dae-soo curls up on the floor. This is another instance when Choi fell asleep.
no.
They said literally on the penthouse floor. Yeah.
Well, look at all the energy expended.
I know,
Yeah.
It
dude.
ain't easy being a dog.
Every dog has his day, but it's not
this,
today.
Yeah. This day for this dog has not gone quietly.
He was all bark and no bite. Right? Yeah.
It was pretty rough.
Yeah. He's no lap dog.
It's enough to give one pause.
Dog.
This is a very tense moment.
Yeah.
We can get back into it. But Woojin leaves Dae-soo with a parting sentiment. "My sister and I knew everything, but we still loved each other. Can you two do the same?" The elevator door closes and Dae-soo is left to listen to himself finish, which really is punishment enough for whatever he's done. I'd be like, give me those scissors back.
Yeah, can you pay and have my tongue put back in? Because this is enough, I'd say. You might have to actually give me money, too.
I'm entitled to compensation for having to listen to this.
I don't want to see those infomercials. Have you been? This is very specific.
Yeah, no shit.
Very specific. But now in the solitude of the elevator, Woo Jin looks pained. His waltz starts as he looks down at his hand and sees that he is holding someone else's. He sees his sister's name, and we flash back in his memories to that day at the dam. His sister dangles off the edge of the dam as he holds onto her arm, very much in the same fashion that Dae-soo held the tie of the man on the roof. This was another really great parallel.
Yeah.
But young Woo Jin sobs, and his sister looks at him calmly. She tells him that she knows he's been scared, so he can let go of her already. She reaches up and grabs the camera dangling from around his neck. She asks him to remember her as she snaps a picture of herself against the water. This is the scene where they said the FX person that had this scene, it took them a month because Park Chan-wook wanted all of the foam and the water and the dam behind her gone.
Wow.
So it took a month for him to digitally remove any trace of the white foam in the water. They said that was the hardest work that they did on this. And they had a giant ant on a train.
Yeah.
I did see on a featurette how they filmed this, which I thought was really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Is the same thing with the guy on the roof where she's attached to wires on this edge.
Yeah.
But then the way that they show what happens next, which I don't think we've gotten to exactly.
No.
Although we do know what happens next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just moved everyone back, and then they had her on wires in front of a blue screen right on the same bridge.
Oh, okay.
And so they're just like, well, we'll just scooch over here and film
Yeah.
Yeah.
what happens. And again, with, I guess, all of that FX work, it looks brilliant.
It
Yeah.
does.
And this sequence is just so, I mean, the way that we cut back and forth,
Yes.
Mhm.
it's so beautiful, oddly.
Yeah.
It's honestly devastating. And it is beautiful as well, because after everything that we've seen and everything that we've learned, I'm just emotionally exhausted.
Yeah.
And then going through this, it's like, I can't, I know I've said it already, I can't take anymore.
Yeah.
But
This is,
you're like, man, he never left this bridge.
no.
Yeah.
And it's like, God damn.
Yeah. And again, like we were saying earlier, you got your revenge, you got your vengeance. What now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But after she snaps the photo of herself, she tells him that she has no regrets. And we alternate between young Woo Jin and Woo Jin now, holding on to her until she pulls herself free. He lets go and she falls into the water below. Standing at the dam in his slick suit, Woo Jin's fingers pantomime the cocking of a gun. We immediately cut to him in the elevator. The doors open as the bullet enters his brain and he falls to the ground, dead by his own hand. Smoke rises from the hole in his head, and that pained expression remains etched forever onto his face. So much.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The cocking of the gun in his empty hand at the dam.
Man.
I don't even have the words for it, because you know what's happening
Yeah.
for real.
Yeah.
And he had said, what else does he have?
Yeah, that was it.
That's wild.
As the door closes again, we hear Dae-soo's voiceover. He says that up until this point, this has all been his adventure. We are listening to a letter he's written, and he thanks the reader for listening until the terrible end. And he hopes that now they understand his sending a letter instead of talking in person. He has no tongue to speak with. So this is kind of when we realize that all of his voiceovers, all of his narration have been this is a letter that he wrote. Now he sits across from Miss Yu in a snow-covered clearing in the woods. Now this ending, I don't want to interrupt it by adding a whole bunch of shit, so I'm just going to tell y'all now. They said that they had to travel to the southern hemisphere for the snow for this ending. So this is in New Zealand.
Wow.
That
What
they
the
filmed
fuck?
this, and they said that their luggage got lost along the way. So they lost their cameras. They had to rent cameras in New Zealand. And there was a costume for Daesoo to wear during this ending that was painstakingly handmade, and it was lost on their flight over there. So they had to rent a costume from a studio warehouse in New Zealand.
Damn.
And Park Chan-wook said that he intentionally made it ambiguous. The seasons have changed, but you don't know if this is months later or years later. We have no idea. And I think that really works. And he was like, I wanted it to be, why are they in chairs in the snow in the woods?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. But Miss Yu holds his letter and tells him that she has no reason to help him, but admits that she was moved by his last sentence. Even though I'm no better than a beast, don't I have the right to live?
I mean, you stole that, but...
You did.
Yeah, but I mean...
Plagiarism.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's going to save your life. I guess it's worth it. Guess it's worth the dishonesty.
She looks at the sentence and tells him that the hypnosis may go wrong and mess up his memories. She asks if that's okay with him, and he nods. Please fuck them shits up. Please. She walks over to him and grips the side of his neck as she kneels down to his level. She tells him to stare at a specific tree once he's ready. She guides him into the hypnosis, telling him that the tree is slowly changing into a cement pillar. We see this, and she tells him that he is now inside Woo Jin's penthouse, and suddenly he is. He stands in front of a wall with the mural of a crashing wave behind him. She describes the sound of Daesoo's footsteps to the window, and we hear them as he strides over to the window broken in his fight with Mr. Han. He stands looking over the city, and she tells him that when she rings her bell, he will be split into two people. She rings it, and the room goes dark. Daesoo is face to face with his reflection tinged in purple. She says that the one that doesn't know the secret is named Oh Daesoo. The one that keeps the secret is named the monster. This version of Daesoo grins at the ignorant purple one. She says that when she rings the bell again, the monster will walk away and age a year with every single step.
Interesting.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I didn't even clock this until watching it again. And I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
The teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. She rings the bell and he turns and walks. She assures Daesoo that when he reaches 70, the monster will die, but it will be a peaceful death. The lights go out as the monster retreats, and Miss Yu's voice wishes Daesoo luck. The reels in Woo Jin's penthouse run out. Daesoo wakes up alone in the snow. The palette here is stark, black, white, and gray, until Mi-do comes over in bright red. She cries, cradling his face and looking at what's become of him. She tries to rub his hands to warm them. Noticing footprints behind him, she asks who he was with. Daesoo does not respond. He only turns to look at the footprints that trail past the chairs where he sat with Miss Yu. So was this Miss Yu or was this the monster?
I don't know, considering the footprints.
Yeah.
It's ambiguous, but it's ambiguous in a way that's fascinating.
Yeah. Mi-do hugs him and rests her head on his shoulder. She tells him, I love you, Daesoo. As the last waltz begins to play, Daesoo's lips twitch upward until he's baring his teeth in a terrible and tortured smile. It fades to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Oldboy?
I really enjoyed this movie a lot. I noticed a lot of things the second time that I did miss the first time. So, and I don't say it a lot, but this is a movie that you catch stuff watching it on a rewatch, and it does make it more enjoyable, which the movie's already great. I will be honest, and I've said it before with Seven, it's just how bleak the movie is sometimes, and a lot of the times, and the ending and all, and it's like, it's a lot. But other than that, everything about this movie is fucking great. Like, I was like, God damn, everything means something. Everything is for something. And, other than that, like, there's not anything wrong with the movie, like, period. The music's fantastic. Like you always say, the cinematography.
Yes.
For me, that's one thing that I will say about this movie. Every shot is fucking like, God damn. It's like, you guys, you know what you're doing. It's like, all right. But yeah, other than it being just some fucked up shit and the bleak stuff, I don't really have much to complain about.
This film is it's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
The way that they do everything, the way that they accomplish their story to hint at so many things so intricately.
Yeah.
This attention to detail going through the set design and the costume design, the music cues, everything makes sense. And the thing that is very rare for a film is to watch through it the first time and be like, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And by the end, it's like, oh, no, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
That's exactly why that was happening.
Yep.
So, and that happens several times throughout this film.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just a testament to the brilliance of the writing to say, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me. The performances are unbelievable. Choi as Dae-soo gives just such, every emotion imaginable.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was talking about with the intro, where this film takes you through so many different feelings and it works every single time. The tragedy of this story for both the villain and the protagonist, the dark humor, the action works. There's never a point where you're like, all right, you're trying to do too much.
Yeah.
This is too much. It just works. And that takes a very skilled hand, that takes very competent and a visionary director.
Yeah.
And Park Chan-wook,
Yes.
if anybody is.
Yeah.
This film is fantastic, and I can't really think of anything that I would even consider thinking about changing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I wanted to start just by saying how much I love Park Chan-wook's work. And I feel like there are, and we've talked about it a lot, just those directors where you're like, did you make this for me somehow? I feel that way about his work, about Mike Flanagan's work, where it's just like, no notes. Yeah. This is perfect. Everything that you're doing, more of that. Like, he astounds me. And this movie, of course, is no different. I just am in awe of it every time I watch it. We talked about up top, that had to be 3 times in succession that I watched it for the first time with Kristen, then with each of you.
Yeah.
It's just, it gives something more every time that you watch it. It is very bleak and very sad and very dark, but it balances such heaviness really expertly. Like, how am I laughing and then also feeling the way that I feel with Woo Jin in that elevator, with Dae-soo begging in the penthouse. And then the kind of body horror of the tongue mutilation and the teeth. And again, we don't really see anything.
No.
But just the visual of that hammer on that tooth, I'm in hell. Like, I'm fucking miserable. That's all I need.
And the sound design.
Yes.
Yeah.
None of it is overdone. There are these moments of surrealism, of things that actually are pretty fucking over the top, but it's done in such a way, like you said, T, where it's not like, oh, y'all are doing too much. Like, it all fucking works.
There's a giant ant on a subway.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, poor me too. Like, I'm just
She's so lonely.
Yeah, she's so alone. There's these iconic shots. There's these moments. Just as simple as we were talking about Woo Jin leaning into the car. That stuck with me. That affected me. The pacing of it, the fact that we meet him so early, we're given this deadline, so there's this fucking ticking clock. Once you I feel like meeting Woo Jin, it belies.
Yes.
This is a 2-hour movie, and it fucking simultaneously flies by and feels like you crammed 3 hours worth of story in here.
Yeah.
Like, I truly don't know how to explain it. This is a film that needs to be experienced. There is very taboo, very dark, horrific subject matter, but I the story that is being told, this story of this all-consuming revenge on both sides, and it serves no one. And this ambiguous ending, okay, best case scenario, you forgot and you're going to continue a relationship with your daughter. There is no winner here.
Yeah.
The best case scenario is terrible.
Look at where it leaves both of them.
Yes, it's awful. Like, there are no winners.
And really thinking about it, Midu still doesn't know any of this.
No.
She did nothing.
It's
absolutely nothing.
Tragic. And for her, it's a horrible. Yeah. She lost her entire family. Like, it's horrible for Midu from start to finish. Whether she cognitively, consciously knows everything or not. It's so unfair. She's the only innocent person in the whole movie.
Yeah.
I just I can't say enough about it. I will I guess we can kind of slide into ratings as well. This is kind of a word vomit, all encompassing situation, but again, I can't say enough about the music, the pieces that were composed, the way that they are utilized and placed, the meaning behind them, the emotions that are invoked through them. It's just masterful. And then learning behind the scenes, the nitpicky shit that they argued about and the way that it ended up, it just couldn't, for me, be better executed. It's incredible. Everybody is perfectly cast. And again, Choi Min-sik, it's like he plays 3 different characters in this.
Yeah.
Watching him through the stages, that dude in the police station doing the fucking moonwalk is not the same man that is barking and crawling around that penthouse.
No, yeah.
That is not the same fucking person.
No.
Like, or the man in captivity. None of those are the same people.
Yeah, well, I noticed there's a lot of reflections in the movie.
Yeah.
Throughout the movie, there's a lot of use of reflections.
It's the motifs, the patterns, the colors, the messaging that, it's not you exact your revenge and you're still empty. It doesn't solve anything. Woo Jin was broken, I just can't. I could talk about it for hours.
We did.
We did. In fact, we did. I don't know anything else. Anything further would just be rambling about how much I love this fucking movie. How excited and a little trepidatious I am that I'm finally getting my monkey's paw wish that we're covering. But all of that being said, I don't think it will be any surprise to anyone when I say that on a scale from 1 to 10, harrowing hallway brawls, I, of course, am giving Oldboy 10 out of 10 harrowing hallway brawls. No notes. I would not change a frame. This is a perfect must-see film. That's that. And I will now open up the floor to you.
No, I agree. The movie is beautiful and everything. I think I'm gonna go with, and not to try to keep it short, but I think going over all the things we like about the movie is just gonna be too long. You know what I mean? There's way more. For me, the only complaints I do have again is how bleak it is sometimes. I have stated before that it is it's like, God damn, you know what I mean? And God damn, the incest is there.
It's a lot.
Yeah, that's a big weird thing, and I'll be quite honest, I don't like it. Not in the not like
of course.
Yeah.
I don't think I really like it.
What a bold stance.
Not to interrupt you, but very quickly, what I read is in the manga, spoiler alert, I think, again, I haven't read it, is that Woo Jin's character is exacting revenge over Dae-soo because he saw him try out for a choir or something, and he broke down during the tryouts and bared the emotion that he keeps hidden beneath, and it shamed him so much that he imprisoned him for 10 years. And this is Park Chan-wook. This is not the incest and all that. That is not
in the
manga.
Okay. So, all right. Well,
Okay.
That's wild as fuck. Like, you know what this movie needs? Incest.
I loved that manga is missing one thing.
Yeah. Right, something's just not right. But it is very heavy. It is a very heavy thing, and it's just like, God damn. But other than that, I mean, everything's fucking beautiful. And yes, as a monster, we do deserve to live as well. But yeah, everything else is perfect. I enjoyed a lot of this shit, and it was fucking like, God damn, it kept me constantly. And like you said, it does feel a little long, but not in a bad way. Like, it feels like because they are cramming everything in there. And it's like, God damn, what's happening next? Oh, now we're here. Oh my God, what the fuck? And we do get the dark comedy at times that's needed, and it is good. But like I said, that's just a little, it's just too, just it feel like the bleak when it was sprinkled, whether it be a grain of sand or a boulder, it was just, was just one too much. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10 harrowing hallway brawls, I'm going to give Oldboy a 9.5.
Okay.
I do enjoy the movie, but that extra little pebble that fell out of the incest thing or I don't know what you were sprinkling in there, but
it's too much.
Yeah, it was just a dash too much.
I basically would just be repeating everything that everybody already said. I just want to say that this film is a cinematic achievement. It is so well crafted that it's not almost. It is astounding.
Yeah.
And the attention to detail is sublime, second to none. It is just absurdly well done. From the smallest to the largest aspect of it, I'm just always more and more impressed every single time that I watch it. And I will watch it again. It does take a lot out of you. I'll give you that.
Give it a little time.
Let's take a break from Oldboy for a little bit. Then we'll come back after we've recovered, I guess. Let's give it 15 years. But for me, out of 10 harrowing hallway brawls, I am going to give Oldboy 10 harrowing hallway brawls out of 10. I will say that I have, from the beginning, from the inception of this idea, always championed covering Oldboy on the show. And I hope nobody from Discord or Patreon decides to show any receipts.
I'm furious. Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate Oldboy and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thank you again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to us on Patreon and stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, your words hold power, so be mindful of what you say. Whether intentional or not, sometimes our tongue is truly our mightiest weapon. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Yeah! Great job.
We tried.
A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Ramatar, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Melissa Sierra, Holly Bryan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun,
Mandy M, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie De Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanavan, Abigail Spitzer, Katie K, Erica Morin,
Cameron S., Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A., Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E., Maggie H., Fernando Dominguez, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Bariqua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Neil Chesin, Valerie K, Kim Sterling, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Jess L, Eatsell, Heather Santiano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jin T, Kim H, Dana Cook, August, Vengeance Spirit, Ernest Acquisition, Sam J. Green, and Kelly Mack. Thank you all so much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We truly just want you all to know that we love each and every one of you little dumplings.
Ah,
Yeah.
adorable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blue and purple dragon, I think.
Yes. Until next time.